Chapter 284. At this time, the sun was shining brightly. It was the busiest time of the day. The people went out to work, wash, and do small business. When they heard the movement at the entrance of the alley, they immediately surrounded them like flies smelling blood. "Isn't this Li-san-er's daughter? Oh my, she's taking things too hard again. How pitiful. After such a thing, her innocence is gone. How can she pretend that it didn't happen? Did you hear that when the Sun family found by the river that morning, her clothes were in a mess, her undergarment was far away, and she fainted? That situation was a big blow to an unmarried girl's family. I really don't know who did such a thing. I hope God will open his eyes and punish that evil person quickly. What's the use of being struck by lightning? If you lose your reputation, then so be it. Look, the Zhou family came this morning to cancel the marriage. I guess she won't be able to get married in the future. Who can be blamed for this? Li-san-er can only blame himself for being greedy for money. All day long, he asked a virgin to sell flowers to make money in public. Otherwise, he wouldn't have encountered such a thing. Don't talk about it. Last month, a girl in Pingning Square also had such a thing. At night, when everyone was asleep, she crawled into the well and drowned. Hearing the discussion of the neighbors, the girl called Er's face became paler. More tears gushed out from her pair of hopeless eyes. She struggled to break free from Juicy's hand and bent down to beg as if she couldn't bear it. "Please don't talk about it. I didn't. I really didn't. I'm innocent. You all believe me." But the more she acted like this, the more those who were watching the fun, chatting, teasing, unintentional, and malicious eyes surrounded her from all directions. They were like knives, cutting off her flesh piece by piece. There were a few sloppy gangsters in the crowd. While throwing melon seed shells, they mocked, "Li-san-er is an ugly cripple. It's rare for him to raise such a beautiful daughter. He's just ruining her body for no reason. Now she has become a withered flower. Tsk. What a pity, what a pity. She should have agreed with me. That's right. Who asked her to look down on our boss? Now she has suffered retribution. She deserves it. Now, kneeling down and begging a man to marry you is just wishful thinking. Ha 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 ha." The words of those ruffians and scoundrels were extremely ear-piercing. The last bit of color on Er's face faded away. Other than the tears on her face, she looked as if she was dead. Many people frowned in disgust and moved away, but no one dared to stop them. Behind the crowd, a clean and gentle voice said, "Buddha said, those who sow discord, spread false rumors, slander, and glib tongues should be put in the steamer prison after death. They would be cooked alive in the steamer. After being steamed, a cold wind would blow and reconstruct their bodies. Then, they would be sent to the tongue-pulling prison. The little ghost in prison pried open the person's mouth, clamped the tongue with a pair of iron pliers, and pulled it out. It was not pulled out in one go, but stretched it out and slowly pulled it out. This process repeated until all the sins of the person were eliminated. Which one of you has the guts to scare me? Courting death. It turned out to be a skinny kid. He looked delicate and pretty, and his chin was as sharp as a girl's. What's the matter? Do you want to spar with me? Ouch. Those ruffians pushed through the crowd and wanted to find Ning Shu to settle the score. Suddenly, they felt a sharp pain in their bodies and fell to the ground. Damn it, When the ruffians saw that it was actually gold that hit them, they immediately fell back to the ground. "Boss, it's gold. Quickly pick it up." The leader of the ruffians slapped them on the head. "Pick up your mother's head. Quickly go." If they could use gold to hit people, they would be courting death if they didn't run away. Looking at these people who ran away with their tails between their legs, Ning Shu sneered in disdain. She whispered to the man who had been calm from the beginning to the end, "I've troubled your highness to lend a helping hand and generously donate money again. Don't worry, this will be added to your account together with the medical expenses." Heh. Your highness is really clear about public and private matters. Should we also include the interest? Good idea. You reminded me. Then, according to the market's 30% interest rate. While she was arguing with Xiahou Qing, Ning Shu glanced out of the corner of her eye and saw Er's Adam's apple rolling. Er's footsteps faltered. Hardened her heart and suddenly raised her hand to stab her own heart. Don't. There was no second thought in her heart. Ningshu subconsciously rushed forward and grabbed the scissors. Because she used too much strength, the scissors pierced deeply into her palm. Thick blood dripped down the scissors to the ground. Chapter 285. Was shocked and stunned. The scissors had been snatched away by Ningshu. A woman in coarse linen rushed over and hugged who was in despair. She cried, don't take it too hard. I'm begging you. Was trembling all over. She curled herself into a ball with her back facing everyone. She slowly bent her knees and slid down to kneel on the ground. Mother, let me die. I can't live like this anymore. The woman's dry lips moved. I'm useless. I couldn't protect you. But I only have one daughter. If you seek death, I can't live anymore. Why don't I die with you? Let's end this once and for all. As they spoke, the two of them stood up and ran towards the direction of Chaobai River. Fortunately, the neighbors stopped them and did not let them jump into the river together. Being held back by the neighbors' aunts, Ear's heart was as dead as ashes. Only her tears were still flowing. She kept murmuring, please let me die. I'm begging you. A few soft-hearted women followed her and wiped their tears, shouting that they had sinned. Looking at this scene, Ningshu threw the scissors in her hand on the ground. She walked to and asked calmly, do you think it's your fault? If you think so, then you can jump into the river. I'll block it for you. I guarantee that no one will stop you. Ear's closed eyes trembled. She did not say anything. Ningshu said faintly, it seems that you think so. Then please step aside. Even if she doesn't die today, she will die tomorrow. Instead of letting her suffer, it's better to fulfill her wish earlier. She spoke so heartlessly that she was met with many women's cold frowns. Just as Ningshu was indifferently dispersing the crowd for her, Ear finally opened her mouth slowly and said in a mosquito-like voice, no, it's not my fault. It's not. She took a deep breath, clutched her chest, and cried out, that evening, I was selling flowers in Shui City as usual. When I was about to return home, Miss Susu from Sunfang Tai sent someone to ask if there were any jade hairpin flowers. If there were, send them all to her. She needed them urgently. I thought that the flower had medicine, so Miss Susu must have been sick. So I went there. I knew it wasn't a proper place, so I walked very fast on the way back. I didn't expect that when I was about to leave the alley, someone bumped into me. I didn't know him. I picked up the basket and was about to leave, but I ran as fast as I could and almost ran away, but it was too dark and I accidentally stepped on a pebble and fainted. But I'm innocent. It's not my fault. It's really not. The ice on Ningshu's face finally melted. He squatted down and gently wiped away the tears on her face with his left hand. Yes, you're right. It's really not your fault. It's someone else who did evil. He should be the one who should die and go to hell. Why do you want to end your life so easily because of this? If the other party knows that you committed suicide, how do you think he will react? Guilt? Dream on. He can't wait for you to die. If you die, he can continue to do evil things with peace of mind. But are you willing? When you step on the road to the underworld and hear that person's mocking laughter, will you really not regret it? Think about it carefully. The huge teardrops dripped down like pearls. Said helplessly, but what should I do? Every time I step out of the door, I hear a lot of people pointing at me behind. Even Brother Zhou abandoned me. I'm so useless. I'm really not that strong. Ningshu said slowly, there are bad people and good people in this world. There are even more people who are neither good nor bad. Everyone has a mouth. We can't stop what they want to say, but we can decide whether to listen or not. The more others want you to live like a pile of mud so that they can talk about you, the more you should live well and give those people a slap in the face. Of course, if you really can't hold on, there's another way. Leave the capital and go to a place where no one knows you. No one knows what you've encountered, and no one will point at you. Everything starts again. Isn't that good? Is this really okay? Ningshu patted the back of her hand gently to give her strength. Yes, or you can try it first. If it really doesn't work, it's not too late to go to that dead end. You're only a teenager. There is still a lot of delicious food that you haven't eaten, a lot of beautiful scenery that you haven't seen, and a lot of people that you haven't met. Go and take a look before you decide. Okay? The storm calmed down. There was no more excitement to watch. The crowd that gathered gradually dispersed. They watched the mother and daughter who were hugging each other leave. Ear walked forward hesitantly. In the end, she turned around and said to her, "Can I know the name of my benefactor?" Ning Shu cupped her hands angrily. "Oh, my surname is Ning. My name is Ning Ping. It's just a small matter. Don't call me benefactor. I don't deserve it." Ear's eyes sparkled. She bent her knees and saluted. "Thank you, little brother Ning. Ear will never forget what you said today." Ning Shu smiled and waved at her until a hand behind her took her back. Behind her, Xiahou Qing said coldly, "Are you playing the hero to save beauty? Are you addicted? In any case, she's a little beauty. I can't watch her die with my own eyes. Moreover, we're both women. I can't ask her to repay me with her body." Xiahou Qing pulled up the corner of his mouth. "It sounds like you're quite regretful. You're really something." Ning Shu quickly shook her head like a rattle drum. "No, no. How would this subordinate dare? This subordinate will always be loyal to your highness. However, if she secretly pledges her heart to me because of this, it's not something this subordinate can stop. Alas, you." Xiahou Qing smacked her head. Ning Shu quickly blocked her head. Xiahou Qing accidentally touched her right hand. He frowned when he noticed the unusual sticky liquid on her hand. "What's the matter? Are you bleeding?" "Ah, when I took the girl's scissors, I accidentally cut it. I was wrong. Your Highness, don't be angry. I was really wrong." Ning Shu originally thought that this was just a small storm that happened by chance. She didn't expect that 3 days later, a big case that shocked the court would happen. Chapter 286. 7 in the morning. Ordinary people were going out to work, opening shops and setting up stalls. Their work was in full swing, but inside the Seeking Fragrance terrace, it was silent. The delicate and beautiful girls had used all their skills to serve the guests for an entire night, and were currently enjoying a sound sleep. The procuress who got up early was counting the accounts from the day before with a golden abacus, her eyes shining. The pimp who had been urged to get up was lazily arranging the tables and chairs that had been messed up by the guests. He raised his head and gave a big yawn. Suddenly, drip, drip, 2 drops of water fell from the top of his head, making him very annoyed. "Motherfucker, which bitch accidentally spilled the water again? See if I don't teach her a lesson." The pimp cursed as he rolled up his sleeves and prepared to go upstairs. Then, the 3rd drop of water fell, coincidentally hitting the back of his hand. Feeling that the liquid was unusually sticky, he was stunned. He looked down and then, "Ah, what? The Southern Yin envoy is dead?" In the Prince of Nanping's residence, Ning Shu was stupefied when she heard the news from Heaven's Inquisition. Heaven's Inquisition vividly described, "Yes, it was at Xuanfang Terrace in the West City. A pimp found it first around 7 in the morning. At that time, he was wiping the table downstairs when he felt water dripping from the top of his head. When he crawled upstairs, the corpse of the Southern Yin envoy was already lying on his back. Blood flowed all over the floor and dripped down. It was said that the death was miraculous and tragic. Now that the news has been sent to the palace, the Supreme Court and the Ministry of Justice have already surrounded the entire Xuanfang Terrace. Among Xiahou Qing's 4 capable assistants, Heaven's Inquisition was the best at collecting information. Every day, he would pass through the streets and alleys. All kinds of gossip and news from various manors would be gathered by him in less than an hour, and he would send it back to the manor at the fastest speed. He was a human-shaped parrot spirit. Ning Shu sighed and shook her head. The envoy of the Southern Yin Kingdom, no matter how hateful he was, had suddenly died in the capital of the Great Yu. This was not an easy matter to deal with. His Majesty was probably so anxious that smoke was coming out of his head. "What about the murderer? Have you found him?" "All the girls and maids at Xuanfang Terrace have been arrested and are being tortured. The guests who stayed at Xuanfang Terrace have also been dragged into the Supreme Court for interrogation. However, this matter is really troublesome." "What do you mean?" Tianwen spread out his hands and said, "The envoy is about to leave the capital. So a banquet was held at Xuanfang Terrace last night. Many courtiers and their sons were invited, including the eldest son of the prime minister and the seventh prince. Tisk, Ningshu felt the same way. When it rains, it pours. This was it. The sudden death of an envoy was an extremely sensitive matter. If it was not handled properly, it would definitely affect the relationship between the two countries. The lives of countless people would be affected, and even the fate of the Great Yu Kingdom would be affected. However, in such a troublesome matter, the Prince of the Great Yu Kingdom had a foot in it. This time, His Majesty should be bald. True enough. Inside the Zichen Hall, the floor was filled with debris. You unfilial son. His Majesty slapped Xiao Yunsan across the face. Blood seeped out of the corner of Xiao Yunsan's mouth, and he fell to his knees. Everyone in the hall was in danger. No one dared to plead for mercy for him, fearing that His Majesty's rage would affect them and their lives would be in danger. Xiao Yunsan was full of grievances. He covered his face and said, "Imperial Father, this matter really has nothing to do with Akin. Last night, the envoy held a banquet and repeatedly sent people to invite this son. This son didn't want to go at first, but that envoy said that if this son didn't show up, it would mean that this son wasn't giving face to him in Southern Yin Kingdom. Akin was a coward and did not dare to ruin His Majesty's plans, so he reluctantly went to the banquet. However, Akin only stayed for a short while before returning to the palace. The palace guards and the palace eunuchs and maids can all testify for Akin. That's right, there's also Imperial Mother. Last night, Imperial Mother came to Urchin's palace to remind Akin to study hard. How could the envoy's death be caused by Akin? Imperial Father, you have always understood Akin, so please believe in Akin. Chapter 287. Then why didn't the envoy invite your fourth imperial brother or sixth imperial brother? Why did he invite you again and again? Isn't it because of your bad conduct? And you want me to believe you? Even if I do, what's the use? Will the courtiers believe you? Will the people believe you? Will Southern Yin believe you? I've told you more than once that as a prince, you must be upright and strict. Don't learn from your little uncle and wander around those brothels. But you've repeatedly broken the rules behind my back and even gathered your subordinates to deceive me. You're simply. The emperor waved his sleeves and angrily said, "Come, beat all the eunuchs around the seventh prince to death." Everyone in the hall immediately knelt down. The eunuchs all cried and begged for mercy. Xiao Yunsan pulled on the emperor's robe and begged, "Father, they're innocent. It's all Urchin's fault. Please punish Akin." The assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice, Wang Han, was from Xiao Yunsan's mother's family, so he had to speak up for him. "Your Majesty, please calm down. The case hasn't been solved yet. The eunuchs around the seventh prince are all witnesses. If they're all beaten to death, there will be more criticism. It won't be too late to punish them after the case is solved." The emperor was angry. At this time, a eunuch came in and reported, "Your Majesty, the deputy envoy of Southern Yin wants to see you and ask for an explanation. He's outside the hall, and we can't stop him." The emperor's head buzzed as he spoke. Xiao Yunsan quickly got up to support him. The emperor pushed him away and returned to the throne. He held the cold golden armrest and lowered his head. He gritted his teeth and angrily glared at the courtiers. "Now that Southern Yin wants an explanation, my beloved courtiers, what do you think we should do?" The Supreme Court, the Ministry of Justice, the Jingji Province, and my Prime Minister Tan, your eldest son, is also involved. Every time the emperor pointed out a yamen, there would be a few heads hanging down in fear. The most difficult part of this case wasn't how to solve it, but how to take the responsibility of resolving Southern Yan's anger after the case was solved. If they couldn't resolve it, it was fine to lose a head, but they might even kill all 9 generations. This burden was too heavy. Only a fool would take the initiative to accept it. In the crowd, Tan Siwei hesitated for a moment. Just as he was about to raise his head, he was forcefully pulled down by the Supreme Court official, Feng Zheng. The emperor looked around and laughed in anger. "Haha, it seems like my beloved subjects want me to solve this case personally? Good. This is great. Your subjects are terrified. The courtiers knelt down one after another. Wang Han trembled as he wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He said in a low voice, "Your Majesty, I remember that Ning Shu, the legitimate daughter of Duke Ning, had some ingenious ideas in the previous cases. Why don't we release her from prison? Perhaps she can solve the urgent problem at hand." Who didn't know how hot this sweet potato was? Tan Siwei frowned and immediately said, "Lord Wang, we're all men here, yet you're letting a woman lead the charge. I'm afraid it's inappropriate." Wang Han mocked, "Then the Supreme Court is prepared to take on this responsibility." The Supreme Court official, Feng Zheng, hurriedly cried out. He clutched his chest and said that he had a headache. He said that he was old and incompetent. As the highest official of the Supreme Court, even if Tan Siwei wanted to, he had no right to make this decision. Thinking of Ning Shu, his baby face showed deep worry. Hearing Ning Shu's name, the emperor subconsciously frowned. After careful consideration, his eyebrows slowly relaxed. He said in a low voice, "Then release the daughter of the Ning family. I want to see her. Tell her that if she can solve this case smoothly, all her previous crimes will be forgiven." In the prison of the Ministry of Justice, Hui Mo, who was secretly nibbling on a piece of dessert with his back facing the emperor, heard that he was summoned. The dessert in his hand fell to the ground. Suddenly, the book in his hand was no longer fragrant. He walked out of the prison of the Ministry of Justice with small steps and lowered his head. He followed the eunuch beside the emperor and drove into the palace. He was so anxious that his hands were full of cold sweat. If he was asked to perform an autopsy, he wouldn't be afraid, as he could give an 80 or 90% accurate answer. But if he was asked to analyze the case in front of His Majesty and the Southern Yin Kingdom's envoy, even if he had great ability, he couldn't learn from Miss Ning's fearlessness in the face of danger. It was over. He was going to be exposed. Would the emperor directly order him to be beheaded? Wouldn't that mean that the fact that he secretly switched Lady Ning would be exposed? Damn the envoy. You could have died at any time. Why did you have to die in the capital? You killed me. While he was being driven to the brick that led to the Zichun Palace Hall, he was sobbing in his heart with tears streaming down his face. Just when he was so anxious that his heart was in his throat, he suddenly saw the 13th princess coming over with a few palace maids. When she passed by the 13th princess, she suddenly said, "Wait, isn't this Ning Shu, who was summoned by the emperor to the palace to analyze the case?" The emperor was waiting in the Zichun palace. The head eunuch was anxious. "Yes, the emperor is waiting in the Zichun palace. Princess, please allow this servant to send her in. I will report the details to the princess later." Xiao Zhangping said, "Since she is meeting the emperor, how can she be so sloppy and disheveled? How can she dirty the emperor's eyes? If the deputy envoy takes a look, he will think that there is no one in the Great Yu. So, he will casually find a beggar to make up the numbers. The emperor will be even angrier. Eunuch, I am afraid that you won't be able to afford it." The head eunuch just showed a hesitant look. Xiao Zhangping had already ordered to take her away. "Someone, immediately take her to my palace to tidy up. I will be back soon." "Hey, princess." Being forcibly dragged away by a palace maid, Hui Mo was still confused. He didn't understand what was going on. He heard the palace maid whisper in a very familiar voice, "Don't worry, it's me, Lady Ning." Hui Mo was so excited that his eyes were filled with tears. If it weren't for his status, he would have knelt down and hugged Ning Shu's thigh. Chapter 288. After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Ning Shu walked step by step up the jade steps leading to Zichun Palace Hall. She never would have thought that she would be released from the Ministry of Justice's prison because of the envoy's death. She couldn't help but tease, "If that's the case, it's all thanks to the envoy, sir. It's a pity that he has already stepped into the Yellow Springs and won't be able to hear her thanks." She had just stepped into Zichun Palace Hall when she heard the deputy envoy of Nanzhao yelling in the hall, "If you can't find the culprit who killed our envoy within 3 days, then please give us 10 more cities as an apology." Ha, what a big tone. Ning Shu raised an eyebrow and looked into the hall with interest. As expected, His Majesty's face had turned green. All the courtiers were extremely indignant. Su Jin, the scholar of Zhaowen Palace Hall, had started arguing with the deputy envoy. However, the envoy's corpse was still lying in the ice room of the Supreme Court, so even their argument was weakened. Just as the atmosphere in the hall was at daggers drawn, Ning Shu slowly walked in. She first bowed to the emperor and then leisurely walked in front of the deputy envoy. She smiled and said, "Reporting to the deputy envoy, sir, there is no need for 3 days. A stick of incense is enough." The deputy envoy looked up and down and saw that the one who interrupted was a 16 or 17-year-old girl. Her appearance was outstanding, but the words she said made him laugh his head off. He snorted coldly and reprimanded, "Where did this silly girl come from? Speaking nonsense here. You can catch the real culprit in the time it takes to burn a stick of incense? That's the biggest joke in the world." Ning Shu wasn't angry at all when she was looked at with such disdain. Her tone was casual as she said, "Just find someone to take the blame." She spread her hands indifferently. Maybe a manservant was greedy for money and wanted to steal the envoy's belongings and was discovered by the envoy. The manservant killed the envoy in a fit of excitement. Or the envoy stole the beloved girl of other guests and killed for love after getting drunk. In short, just make up a story and push someone to be executed. This matter couldn't be simpler. If the deputy envoy wants to solve the case as quickly as possible and not find the real culprit, then not to mention one, even 10 or 100 you can be delivered to the deputy envoy's hands. The deputy envoy was even angrier. He stepped forward and said, "Of course I want the real culprit. Let me warn you, if I find out that you are casually looking for someone to take the blame for you and are trying to fob off Southern Yin, then don't blame us for flattening Great Yu's land with our iron hooves." Such unbridled arrogance simply did not put Great Yu in his eyes at all, and did not put His Majesty in his eyes at all. His Majesty's hand on the dragon throne almost broke the armrest. But even though they were angry, no one could deny the fact that ever since Emperor Shizu encountered the coup of the three princes, his fear of military power had risen to the extreme. Since then, he had begun a century-long policy of valuing the civil and belittling the military. Even if his successors occasionally had the heart to reform, it was difficult to change the old habits. In the end, it was just a drop in the bucket. And in the current dynasty, there were very few famous generals. Since the death of old Prince Yu, Great Yu had painfully lost a fierce general. Now, in the entire vast region of Great Yu, only Prince Nanping's residence in Cloud Swallow Province could be considered a mainstay, defending the country to death. A country that had the richest land and the most prosperous economy in the 9 provinces did not have the sharp claws and teeth to match it. It was like a fat rabbit that was naked in front of the shining eyes of a pack of wolves. If Southern Yin decided to send troops at this time, for Great Yu, it would definitely be an unbearable heavy blow. This was also the reason why Southern Yin had always been arrogant and unbridled. Ning Shu's eyes flashed with a touch of coldness, but it quickly disappeared. She continued to maintain a polite attitude, neither servile nor overbearing attitude, and said with a chuckle, "Since the deputy envoy has chosen the real culprit, then Great Yu will be 100 times more cautious and investigate carefully. After confirming that there is no mistake, then we will send the answer to the deputy envoy. Of course, if the deputy envoy has doubts, you can also participate and help us solve the case. My Great Yu and Southern Yan's peaceful coexistence is clear, otherwise, His Majesty would not agree to send his most beloved little princess to your country for a political marriage. His Majesty is so sincere. If the deputy envoy still has any complaints, he will open his mouth and ask for 10 more cities as an apology. This will make the 9 regions suspicious, and in your country's heart, the death of the envoy is just a business transaction. If so, my daughter will really misunderstand whether the death of the envoy is a deliberate trap set by your country." The deputy envoy immediately refuted. "What nonsense are you talking about? How could my Southern Yin take the life of the envoy as a joke and do such a despicable thing?" Southern Yin was not afraid of war, but it could not ignore the country's face. Ning Shu smiled sweetly. "Who knows? That's right. My daughter is slow-witted and has little talent and knowledge, but before entering the palace, I have inquired. When the deputy envoy was in southern Yin, he had a big conflict with the envoy. Now that the envoy is dead, and according to the courier, the deputy envoy did not return last night, Ning Shu rolled her eyes, and before the deputy envoy could get angry, she said, "Of course, my daughter absolutely believes in the deputy envoy's innocence. I believe that the deputy envoy will also give my daughter a chance and give her a few more days to solve this unsolved case." Ning Shu's words stabbed directly into the deputy envoy's heart, completely blocking his mouth, not giving him any chance to stir up any more trouble. The deputy envoy's face changed a few times, squinting at Ning Shu, and finally smiled maliciously. What a clever little mouth. Originally, I was going to bring the 13th princess back to the country in 5 days. Then this envoy will give you 2 more days. After 5 days, if you still can't give my country a satisfactory answer, then we will meet on the battlefield. Before flicking his sleeves and leaving, he looked back at Ning Shu. What is your name? Ning Shu slightly bent her knees, gracefully bowing, and said with a smile, My daughter is Ning Shu. Please advise me, Deputy Envoy. Good. I will remember you. Chapter 289. After leaving Zichen Palace Hall, Ning Shu let out a sigh of relief. She had been humiliated in front of Xiahou Qing every day. It had been a long time since she had been able to diss someone so happily. It felt pretty good. However, she soon began to have a headache again. No matter how happy she was to diss someone, it would not help her catch the murderer sooner. She would not naively hope that the envoy's death was due to theft or murder. Ever since this person entered the capital, he had been extremely high profile. In the brothels of the Western Market, in the restaurants of the Eastern Market, and in the pleasure boats on the moon-embracing river, there was no one who did not know his name. He was simply a walking signboard. Who would not be respectful and courteous to him? This signboard was known to be as cunning as a fox and as insidious as a snake. Such a person had died silently in the brothels of the brothels last night. It would be strange if it was not premeditated. She had solved such a sensitive murder case in 5 days. She was really grateful to His Majesty for his kindness. However, time was tight. She did not want to let go of even the blink of an eye. Ning Shu quickened her steps. Just as she was about to leave the palace, she heard someone call her from behind. Lady Ning, wait for me. Ning Shu turned around. It was Tan Siwei. Before he could greet his colleagues, Tan Siwei jogged to Ning Shu's footsteps. He was happy for her from the bottom of his heart. It's great that you're out of prison. Ning Shu remembered Tan Siwei's kindness when he brought Huiyamo into prison. She smiled and thanked him. Thank you, Minister Tan, for taking care of my daughter. I heard that Minister Tan was the only one who spoke up for my daughter in Zichen Palace Hall. I am deeply grateful. When he met Ning Shu's bright eyes, Tan Siwei's baby face burned. No, it's nothing. It's nothing. Moreover, my ability is limited. I didn't really help Lady Ning. If Miss can solve this case smoothly, it will be a great favor to do you, the Supreme Court, and the Ministry of Justice. Oh, right. Lady Ning is going to start investigating the case, right? The envoy's body was being kept in the freezer of the Supreme Court. Would Miss like to conduct an autopsy first, or go to the crime scene first? I can give you a lift. Just as Ning Shu was about to decline, someone was waiting for her outside the palace. But then she remembered that she was going to the Supreme Court for an autopsy anyway, so she nodded and said, Then I'll have to trouble Xiaoqing Tan. I still have a capable helper waiting outside the palace. Xiaoqing, please allow us to go together. Of course, Tan Siwei said without thinking. As he spoke, his delicate baby face burned even hotter. He turned his head away and said with a lowered voice, I had a good chat with Miss in the Ministry of Justice's prison. You don't have to be so polite with me. Ning Shu was shocked. What the hell was that? She had been in prison for 7 days, but she had only seen Tan Siwei once. They had only exchanged a few words. What was going on? Huiyamo, you brat, what did you do behind my back? At the entrance of the palace, Huiyamo was leaning against the wall leisurely. After the false alarm, he was happy again. He was holding a piece of grass in his mouth and humming a tune that he had learned from somewhere. Suddenly, he sneezed loudly. He looked up and saw that the sun was shining brightly. Why did he feel a chill on his neck? He shrunk his neck. Suddenly, he had an animal instinct that reminded him that his life was in danger, and he had to run away. But just as he took the first step, Ning Shu's cold voice came from behind. Good Huimo. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'll have to trouble you later. Don't worry, after it's over, I'll thank you properly. Haha. Chapter 290. Ning Shu walked over and patted Huimo's shoulder gently. She whispered in his ear, I'll remember this. I'll settle it with you when I have time. Tears streamed down Huimo's face. However, he knew that he was in the wrong. He lowered his head and followed her like a little girl. No wonder Tianwen said that the envoy's death was extremely tragic. When they arrived at the ice room where the Supreme Court stored the bodies of the important victims, Ning Shu realized that it was not just tragic. It was too horrible to look at. There were 7 or 8 big holes in the envoy's body. His clothes were tattered and soaked in blood. His eyes were pierced and only 2 big bloody holes were left. His cheeks were scratched with blood. The most horrifying part was the lower half of the envoy's body. The most important organ of a man was also. Huimo trembled when he saw this. He instinctively protected himself. Oh my God! How much hatred did he have to bear to do such a thing? Ning Shu clicked her tongue and briefly expressed her condolences to him. It was no wonder that the deputy envoy of Zichan Palace Hall would be filled with righteous indignation and ask for 10 cities as compensation. This envoy's death was indeed too tragic. When a person dies, he must have a complete corpse. If he died without a complete corpse, he would have to line up at the bridge of helplessness with his severed head and limbs. His soul could only be repaired when he entered the cycle of reincarnation. She thought about the embarrassing situation of the envoy being surrounded by ghosts on the bridge of helplessness. Those who heard it would be sad, and those who heard it would cry. Tan Siwei's face also turned pale. He felt sorry for the envoy. He knew that the current appearance of the envoy was much better. When he received the report in the morning and rushed to the crime scene, even the coroner, who was used to seeing all kinds of rotten corpses, turned around and vomited a few times. He thought that Ning Shu was a girl after all. She would be scared when she saw such a corpse. He said, Lady Ning, this corpse is really unsightly. Why don't you go to another room and rest for a while? I'll tell you the details when the autopsy results are out. Ning Shu shook her head and said, in a murder case, the corpse is the most important evidence and the least likely to lie. The key to solving a case is often hidden in the details. If I miss out on the most important details because of fear, then I should go back home and kowtow to His Majesty as soon as possible to ask for forgiveness. Don't worry, I've seen more tragic deaths. I'm not afraid. She said it so calmly that Tan Siwei had no reason to persuade her. At the same time, he respected her even more. Ning Shu walked a few steps towards the envoy. She looked at the corpse carefully and then reached out her hand to Huimo. Gloves. Huimo blinked and said flatteringly, I'm here. How can I trouble Lady Ning to do it? Don't worry, just leave it to me. You just need to watch from the side. If there's anything you want to do, just let me know. At this time, if he didn't find a chance to make up for it, he would be finished when the case was solved and Lady Ning was free to deal with him. Thinking of the good things he did in the prison, Huimo's heart trembled. It was too late for him to regret it. Ning Shu glanced at him and said with a chuckle, all right, then you do it. Finally, he got a chance to show off. Huimo smiled and said, okay. Tan Siwei didn't even see his hand gesture clearly. All he saw was a row of autopsy tools neatly placed on the autopsy table. Putting on a pair of pig foam gloves, Huimo's eyes lit up as he bent down towards the corpse. Ning Shu, approximate time of death. Huimo, there are obvious livor mortis on the surface of the skin of the corpse. Based on the current weather and the spread of livor mortis, the corpse should have died between midnight and midnight last night. Ning Shu, how many wounds are there on the body? Which one is the fatal one? Huimo carefully checked the body from top to bottom and then turned to the back of the body. Let me see. There are 8 stabs in the chest and abdomen. Both eyes are stabbed 3 times. The eyeballs are burst. There are 2 words carved on the face. The strokes are stuck to each other. Let me wipe off the blood and take a look. Sin? Ningshu, what about the other side? Huema, it's also sin. Tan Siwei, slitting the face is one of the punishments for criminals. It sounds like a vendetta. Ningshu, it's possible. Go on. Huema, the lower part of the body was stabbed. The flesh was badly mutilated. I can't tell how many stabs there were. By visual estimation, there were at least 10 stabs. On the surface, the stab wounds on the chest and abdomen were the most frightening. However, when a person was stabbed before death, the wound would turn to the side due to the contraction of the surrounding skin and muscles. However, when a person was stabbed after death, the wound would not. Based on this, it could be inferred that these wounds were not fatal. The real fatal wound was. Huimo searched for a long time before he found a few red dots hidden in the envoy's hair. Here it is. My God, there were 3 extremely long embroidery needles. They pierced into the Baihui acupoint on the top of the head and stirred up the brain. Chapter 291. My God, this method of killing is too ruthless. The embroidery needle piercing into the brain won't kill the person instantly. Instead, the person will experience extreme pain before dying. This person must have hated him to the core to make him die in such a tragic manner. But this is too strange. The envoy is more than 7 feet tall and strong. How could he be killed like a chicken? Even if he was drunk last night, it doesn't make sense. Even if he was dead asleep, he would still wake up and fight back after suffering great pain. As Huimo spoke, Ningshu recorded the key points. Check his throat and stomach for undigested food residue. See if there are any knockout drugs or some kind of poison. By the way, check if these embroidery needles have been smeared with poison. Okay. Huimo took out a set of silver needles and slid them down the throat of the corpses one by one. None of them were found to be poisoned. He then took out a sharp knife and cut open the abdomen of the corpses. As soon as the stomach was opened, a sour and stinky smell rushed out. Ugh, how much did the envoy eat last night? How much did he drink last night? This smell is simply. Ningshu quickly folded the cloth next to her and handed it to him. Then, she took one for herself and Tan Siwei to cover their mouths and noses. Huimo worked for a long time and said excitedly, just now, I put the needles and the mucus in the envoy's stomach into the juice of the purple grass. The color has changed from the original blue to purple. I suspect that the envoy was poisoned with the fragrant bone softening powder. No wonder he was so obedient. It turns out that he could not move at all. This is not easy to get. The murderer has really put in a lot of effort. Embroidery needles, no offspring. The murderer must be a woman. This is definitely because the envoy has done something heartless and despicable, and the young lady has come to take revenge on him. Embroidery needles, fragrant bone softening powder, blinded eyes, carved words on the face, 8 wounds, no offspring. These keywords gradually turned into scattered pieces. Ningshu tried to piece them together in her mind, trying to simulate the basic process of the murderer last night. Because of her rapid thinking, her face was extremely calm, like a glossy and flawless crystal gem. Your deduction is reasonable. However, they couldn't be too arbitrary. Sometimes, some clever murderers would take advantage of people's usual logic and do the opposite. They would deliberately set up a smokescreen to trick people so that they could get away with it. Before we find more solid evidence, we can't rule out a group of suspects. That's true. Some murderers are very cunning and good at setting traps for the government. Huimo nodded and took off his dirty and smelly gloves. The body has been examined. That's all we can find. Should we go to the crime scene to see if there are any more clues? Or do you want to interrogate the guests and girls from last night? Ningshu thought for a moment and said, let's go take a look at the crime scene first. We have to familiarize ourselves with the layout and structure of Xuanfang Station to understand the whole process of the crime and see if we can rule out some suspects. Ningshu felt a headache when she thought of the long list of suspects. What kind of place was Xuanfang Station? There were hundreds of girls, maids, and pimps, plus the guests who came to have fun. But she only had 5 days. God, you are really good at giving me problems. They packed up and covered the body with the white cloth again. When the white cloth covered the upper body of the envoy, Ning Shu looked at it and suddenly said, "What's on his neck?" "On his neck?" Huiyamo bent down and looked at it carefully. "Let me see. Oh, it's a few scratches. But the wounds have healed and the scabs are almost gone. It seems that it has been there for a while. It should have nothing to do with the murder last night." Ning Shu nodded and continued to think. Embroidery needles, carved words, no offspring, blinded eyes. Why did she vaguely feel that these words were inexplicably familiar, as if she had seen them before? Where was it? Chapter 292. With a stomach full of questions, Ning Shu and Huiyamo walked out of the Dali temple. Ning Shu politely saluted. "Xiaoqing Tan, please stay. We can go to Xuanfang Station by ourselves. The people related to the case are all in the Dali temple. After you carefully interrogate them, please tell my daughter the results." She couldn't count on the Ministry of Justice. In the case of old Princess Yu, Wang Han showed obvious hostility to her. Today, His Majesty asked her to solve the case. She heard that it was Wang Han who pushed her into the fire pit. She would be thankful if he didn't hit her when she was down. Qian Ziqing of the Jingji Prefecture also had a grudge with her before, so her only hope was in the Dali Temple. Tan Siwei had a delicate and amiable baby face, but he was much more loyal than the others when it came to doing things. For the convenience of investigating the case, she tied up all her hair into a single spiral bun. She only wore a white jade hairpin in the shape of a jade rabbit. Her entire neck was exposed, looking clear and elegant. When she nodded, she slightly lowered her head, so her slender white neck was outlined by the collar into a beautiful crescent moon shape. Tan Siwei only glanced at it and hurriedly looked away. He said in a hurry, "This is my duty as an official. Miss, you don't have to treat me like an outsider. Moreover, I'm flattered to have the opportunity to work with you to solve such a big case. By the way, the murderer of this case is extremely cruel. I'm afraid the process of solving the case will be very dangerous. Please be careful." His eyes were watery and his words were sincere, like a shy girl. This appearance made Ning Shu even more suspicious. She immediately glanced sharply at Huiyamo, who was desperately hiding beside her, as if to say, "You better explain to me what's going on later. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." Haha, Xiaoqing Darren is too polite. "Thank you." "Ah, you're too polite." "No need." Yes, you're too polite." Ning Shu braced herself and chatted with Tan Siwei. Just when she was about to leave, she saw Forsythia's carriage stopped in front of the Dali Temple. Her mother and Princess Xian came down from the carriage with a smile. Ning Shu's eyes lit up in surprise, and she was about to go forward to help him up. Princess Xian covered her mouth with a handkerchief and laughed. She joked, "Sure, you are too polite. Why are you treating Xiaoqing like an outsider? We are going to be a family in the future anyway." "What? What is mother talking about? Why can't I understand?" Ning Shu's smile stiffened. Princess Xian walked over and intimately held Ning Shu's hand and patted it. "Sure, are you shy? Didn't mother mention it to you before? Your father and I both felt that Prime Minister Tan's youngest son, Tan Xiaoqing, was extremely good in both appearance and character. Thus, we spoke to the Prime Minister and his wife. Later, you were summoned into the palace by the Empress and were thrown into the prison of the Ministry of Justice because of your crimes. Mother was extremely worried and thought that the marriage was over. She didn't expect that Tan Xiaoqing didn't mind at all. Instead, he took the initiative to propose marriage when we were at our lowest point. How could your father and I not agree? We were just waiting for you to come out of prison to tell you the good news." But Ning Shu was extremely anxious. Just as she was about to speak, she was interrupted by Princess Xian. "But what? Oh, mother knows. It must be because you were embarrassed to say this in front of Tan Xiaoqing. It's mother's fault. I forgot about this. Good. Xiaoqing still has official business to attend to, so we won't disturb him." Princess Xian nodded slightly at Tan Siwei. Tan Siwei hurriedly performed a junior's greeting. Then, with a red face, he bowed to Ning Shu and went back to interrogate the suspects. After Tan Siwei left, Ning Shu finally had a chance to speak. "Mother, why didn't you discuss this marriage with me in advance? Why did you decide it in such a hurry?" Princess He Xian revealed a surprised expression. On the 15th day of last year, you were playing on the swing. While playing, you suddenly fell from the swing and fell unconscious. Mother waited by your side for 3 days and 3 nights before you woke up. When you woke up, the first thing you said was, "Please ask me and your father to quickly arrange a marriage for you." As long as it wasn't from the imperial family, you wouldn't object to any family's young master. At that time, we thought you were muddle-headed from the fall and said something stupid. You swore to the heavens, "Everything will be decided by me and your father. Even if you are crippled and stupid, you are willing to marry. Otherwise, you will be struck by lightning." Only then did we take it seriously. Previously, your father helped you find a match for young General Song, third young Master Qi, and later Cloud Leaf. You didn't have any objections. Unfortunately, there were many accidents later, and the marriage never came to fruition. Now, Prime Minister Tan's family's young master took the initiative to propose marriage. This is such a rare thing. It would be difficult to find a more suitable candidate than Tan Shaoqing. Moreover, Tan Shaoqing also said that you had a good chat with him in prison. What's wrong? Is Shu or blaming Yang Qin? Chapter 293. No, I'm not blaming you. It's just that, suddenly, such an unexpected thing fell from the sky, making Ning Shu completely stupefied. She doesn't know what to say and only feels her heart is in a mess. She sighs softly and says, "You should know that the person who has been staying in prison is not me. Yang Qin knows that it wasn't you, but Yang Qin also knows that if it wasn't for Tan Shaoqing's help, you wouldn't have been able to get out of prison, right?" Princess Hixin holds Ning Shu's hand. Her eyes, which have always been as gentle as water, at this moment, have a different kind of clarity. Ning Shu opens her mouth, but is unable to say anything, because what her mother said was right. Those words were indeed said by her, and that oath was also made by her. At that time, she had just returned to her first life by King Chujiang. The moment she opened her eyes, she saw her parents who gave birth to her, raised her, loved her, and protected her. For a moment, she was so emotional that her throat choked up, and she could only silently shed 2 lines of tears. That 300 years of heaven's punishment, 7 lives and 7 lives that won't end well, constantly lingered in her mind. Therefore, she made an ambition. In this life, she would never touch that beautiful and repulsive word, love. She would find someone to marry, endure the curse of 17 years old, protect her family, and then peacefully live a life of idleness, eating and waiting for death, enjoying life to her heart's content. But she never thought that she would meet that person. And after meeting him, can she really be as free and easy as before? Her heart, which has always been firm, is now violently shaken. Ning Shu's eyes absent-mindedly flash, and her fingernails deeply dig into her palms. "Shu, you have just been released from prison, so I should have taken you back to the Fu to wash away the dust in the brazier. But Yang Qin knows that you are anxious to solve the case, so Yang Qin can only do something simple. The carriage has prepared water-soaked in grapefruit leaves for you to wash your hands. Also, this red string was specially requested by Mother from the Xianghua Temple. Hurry up and tie it. Remember to wrap it around 3 times. Her mother's worried exhortations continued to ring in her ears. She raised her head and suddenly saw a slender figure standing under a tall and lush camphor tree on the opposite side of the road. His long belt and black brocade tail fluttered in the warm wind. With Juicy's support, he silently faced her direction. She didn't know how long he had been standing there. Ning Shu's heart suddenly stopped. It was Xiaoqing. She couldn't help but take a step in his direction. As if sensing her footsteps, he whispered to Jiusi, "Let's go." He quickly boarded the carriage of the Namping mansion. Princess He Xian asked in shock, "Shu, what are you doing?" Ning Shu had already chased after them, but the more she chased, the faster the carriage went. Juicy looked back and said, "Shitzi, Miss Ning is still chasing after us." Inside the closed curtain, Xiaoqing's voice didn't have a trace of warmth. "Then go faster." "Yes." Ning Shu watched the familiar carriage blend into the crowd and the traffic. It shrank into a small black spot until it could no longer be seen. She stopped and held her chest, panting violently. Huiyamo also followed. He knew that he was in the wrong, so he shrank beside her and didn't dare to say anything. Ning Shu turned back and said angrily, "What did you talk about with Tan Siwei in the prison of the Ministry of Justice?" Huiyamo stammered, "No, nothing. I said that Tan Siwei is young and talented, and I admire him very much. Lady Ning, I really didn't want to frame you. I just wanted to cheat some delicious food and fun things from him to pass the time." Who knew that he couldn't stand teasing? He blushed when I teased him. "So Ning Shu sneered. "So you were addicted to teasing him?" I didn't do it on purpose." Huiyamo held his head and said, "Didn't the outside world say that he was flexible and tactful? At first, I thought he was pretending to be stupid, so I wanted to expose his true colors. But I didn't expect that he was really stupid. Lady Ning, I really know I was wrong. Please forgive me." Ning Shu said angrily, "I was really killed by you." Chapter 294. Miss, I see that your forehead is full and your cheeks are slightly red. You are going to have a lot of luck with men recently. Do you want to know when you will meet your destined one? You just need to give me some money and I will do it for you. As soon as Ning Shu arrived at the West Market where Xuanfang Terrace was located, she was stopped by a fake Taoist priest. Hearing the words, "luck with men," Ning Shu's forehead bulged and her molars became cold. She said coldly, "My face is red because I ran away just now. My forehead is full because I was angry. As for money, I don't have a single copper coin with me. If you want money, you can go to the Emperor or Duke Ning to ask for it. As for fortune-telling, I have learned it, but I learned to calculate people's lifespan." Taoist priest, do you want me to do it for you for free? When the fake Taoist priest heard this, he hurriedly put away the fortune-telling banner and moved to the side with his tail between his legs. Then, he and the other passers-by stared with wide eyes as she walked into the alley and into the Fong-seeking platform that was tightly surrounded by officials. He suddenly realized that no wonder she was so difficult to deal with. It turned out that she was the famous female general who brought bad luck to her husband and was sent by His Majesty to investigate the case of the envoy's murder, Ning Shu. It was said that the envoy's death really made people shiver. Although they didn't earn any copper coins, there was a good show to watch. It was not a loss. "Lady Ning, there is water on the ground, and the road is slippery. Please come this way." Huiyamo was very cautious along the way, but he still tried to please his wife. Ning Shu, who had been silent all the way, finally stopped and gave him a look. Huiyamo promised seriously, "Lady Ning, don't worry. I am the one who caused this trouble. I will explain it to His Highness." Ning Shu smiled bitterly. He could explain it clearly, but the engagement had been fixed. Even if he explained 1,000 times, he couldn't turn back time and tear up the engagement. Thinking of the silent figure of Xiahou Qing under the camphor tree and the scene of the carriage of Prince Nanping's mansion disappearing in front of her eyes, she suddenly had a headache. However, due to the urgency of the situation, they could only put the matter of the engagement aside for the time being and wait for the case to end in 5 days before considering a solution. Ning Shu took a deep breath and cleared her mind temporarily. She forced herself to calm down and deal with the current situation. "Let's talk about it later. Let's investigate the case first." She was indebted to Huiyamo. Now that things had come to this, it was meaningless to haggle over it. Huiyamo was moved to tears. "Yes, I will definitely perform well." Huiyamo was responsible for observing the terrain around the platform. Ning Shu walked up the stairs and boarded the platform. She said to the officer who was responsible for guarding the platform, "Did you bring the brothel mother here? I heard that the first young Master Tan was the one who arranged the banquet last night. I'll have to trouble you to make a trip to the Prime Minister's residence and say that Ning Shu invited you." The officer said, "The first young master heard that Lady Ning was coming to investigate the case early in the morning, so he came here to wait for you. He is now in the middle of the platform." As soon as the officer finished speaking, a blue figure came out from the middle of the platform. Ning Shu looked up and saw Tan Xixian's iconic peach blossom eyes with his usual smile. But the smile was inevitably bitter today. Seeing Ning Shu, he first bowed to her and said politely, "Greetings, Lady Ning. The first young master is too polite. My daughter Ning Shu greets the first young master. After Ning Shu returned the greeting, Tan Sixian turned sideways and opened his hands to invite Ning Shu in. While leading the way for Ning Shu, he said apologetically, "Thank you, Lady Ning." Speaking of which, last night's banquet was arranged by the first young master at the request of the first young master. I didn't expect that such a thing would happen. The first young master. Alas, in the end, it's my fault. I didn't arrange enough guards in advance. I can't shirk the responsibility of the first young master's death. I'm sorry to have caused trouble to Lady Ning. Ning Shu also said politely, "The first young master helped because of the kindness of others. It happened so suddenly. How could the first young master know that someone would secretly kill the first young master? Please don't blame yourself." Ning Shu and Tan Sixian had met a total of 2 times before. Her impression of this person was neither good nor bad. She only felt that this person was smooth and slick in dealing with people. No matter where she was, with whom she was with, she would be considerate and not offend anyone. For example, when the first young master stared at her hand and said something offensive, he was the one who smoothed things over. Another example was the death of the first young master. There were so many young masters who attended last night's banquet, including the 7th prince. They all wanted to hide as far away as possible. However, he was waiting for her here early in the morning and even took the responsibility for it. He was smooth and slick, but he didn't lie. Coupled with his good looks, it was hard to dislike him. Chapter 295. Tan Siwei said gratefully, "Thank you, Lady Ning, for your understanding and forgiveness." The place where the envoy met with his accident was on the balcony above here. Ning Shu nodded and followed him up the wooden stairs. The Seeking Fragrance platform was 8 zhang tall and had 3 floors. Each floor had a different purpose. The first floor was mainly used to attract ordinary customers. There was a stage in the middle of the lobby. At the top of the stage, there was a huge lotus-glazed lamp. It was beautiful and magnificent. At first glance, one could tell that it was an expensive item imported from the western regions. Dozens of tables and chairs surrounded the platform. Every night, the customers could enjoy the beautiful singing and dancing performances of the girls at close range. The second floor was the balcony and the greenhouse for most of the ladies. When the guests were satisfied with the performances, they would enter the room with the ladies they liked. The purpose of this was unknown. The third floor was a private room that was specially used to receive distinguished guests. It was the residence of the 8 leading ladies of the Xuanfang Terrace. In addition, there was a wide terrace facing the south. The arrangement was extremely gorgeous. There was not a single thing lacking. At the western corner of the terrace, there was even a small bamboo forest that could be worth 1 or 2 taels of gold per inch. Many guests who liked to sing about the wind and moon would come here to guide the galaxy and drink and sing. This was also a big selling point that Xuanfang TV had always been proud of. Last night, the envoy from the southern Yin kingdom who came from afar died here. His blood soaked the thick wooden floor and dripped onto the private seats on the second floor. The weather was hot. In order to preserve his body, the envoy's body had been moved to the ice house of the Supreme Court. What was left in front of Ning Shu was a pool of dried and black blood. Smelling the blood, the flies flew over and feasted on the blood. She couldn't chase them away. The splashes around the pool of blood clearly showed how horrible the envoy's death was last night. There seemed to be a few pieces of flesh mixed in the pool of blood. There was half a footprint beside the pool of blood. She didn't know if it was the envoy's own, or if it was accidentally stepped on by the frightened pimp this morning, or if it was the murderer. She still needed to verify. Other than the pool of blood, the surroundings were not too messy. Only a few pots of orchids were overturned in the corner. On the long table not far away, the unfinished wine cups from last night were still there. All kinds of delicacies had lost their original taste due to being placed there for a long time and were gradually rotting under the warm sunlight. The officer in charge of guarding the crime scene said, "The procuress said that the guests came here to have fun. After a night of fun, most of them will sleep until noon. So in order not to disturb the guests, they will come here in the afternoon to clean up." Ning Shu calculated the distance between the rooms of the top hostesses and this place. She said, Based on what you said, if the blood didn't drip down, they probably wouldn't have found out that the envoy had died here until the afternoon. Yes. Ningshu put on a pair of gloves and picked up the fragments of the flower pot that had been knocked over. She analyzed the direction of the force and said, "Eldest young master, I'll have to trouble you to tell me the details of last night's banquet." "I will definitely tell you everything I know," Tansixian said slowly in a gentle voice. "It's like this. The envoy has been on a diplomatic mission to Great You for more than a month, and his return date is near. So before he leaves, he prepared to invite many friends he made here to show his gratitude." Ningshu put the pieces back to their original position and continued to check the next corner. She thought, "Friends? They're just a bunch of bad friends." The envoy said that the etiquette between Southern Yin and Great Yu is different. He was afraid of being neglected, so he asked me to share his burden. To be honest, I have an ulterior motive for getting close to the envoy recently. I want to use him to open up a trade route with Southern Yin and make a lot of money. If he has a request, I can't refuse it. Ningshu nodded to express her understanding. The way of business has always been like this. Tansixian was frank. Xuanfang Terrace was a place that the envoy chose himself. Because Lady Susu and Lady Drinking Snow here are outstanding, the envoy was quite fond of them. This terrace is also a golden signboard in the West Market. Ordinary people may not be able to enter even if they throw gold at it. Before the envoy leaves the capital, he must fulfill his wish. Because I deal in silk, tea, and the Western region spices and glass business, I have a lot of contacts with the procuress of Xuanfang Terrace. So, I helped pull the strings and got the opportunity to admire the moon on the terrace. Last night at 5:30 p.m., the golden crow was about to fall and the glass lanterns were lit. When the seventh prince arrived, the sound of musical instruments and the banquet officially began. Chapter 296. Ningshu asked, "Who exactly attended the banquet last night?" In addition to the seventh prince and me, there was also Minister Zhao of the Secretariat, Minister Liu of Qingche, the third son of Assistant Minister Wang, the eldest son of Secretary Sima, and the fourth son of Minister Zhang. Tansixian reported a string of names and then continued, "Last night, other than admiring the moon and drinking and having fun, we didn't do anything out of the ordinary." The seventh prince was the first to leave. Because he was afraid that the emperor would punish him, he hurried back to the palace at 7. The rest of us stayed until 9 and then left one after another. Ningshu asked directly, "Who was the last to leave? What time was it? And who stayed at the Xuanfang Terrace?" Tansixian coughed awkwardly and said, "I should be the last to leave. It was about 8:45. After sending the rest of the officials and young masters out, I left. The ones who stayed at the terrace should be Minister Liu, Child Sima, Child Wang, Child Jiang, and myself. According to what you said, the envoy should have stayed at the top house last night. Why did he come back to the terrace? I wasn't there after that. I was shocked when I heard that the envoy was killed this morning, so I immediately rushed over. As for what the envoy and the other young masters did after that, I really don't know." "Then which top house did the envoy choose last night?" "If I remember correctly, it should be Miss Susu." Ningshu nodded. Seeing that Huema had finished checking the surrounding terrain, she hurriedly waved her hand and asked him to come over. She asked him to check the leftovers, wine jugs, and wine glasses. After checking, Huema shook his head at Ningshu in disappointment. Although Ningshu was mentally prepared, she still couldn't help but feel disappointed. She glanced around and suddenly found half a plate of leftover roast mutton. Before I came, I looked at the menu of the Xuanfang Terrace. It didn't seem to be this dish. Tansixian glanced at it and said, "Oh, I bought it separately. It's in the restaurant across the street." His family's roast mutton was especially famous. It was personally roasted by a chef from the western regions. The taste was especially different from ours, and the aroma could be smelled from far away. The seventh prince had just arrived and said that he wanted to eat. How could the envoy not be satisfied? Hence, he instructed the servants to buy some for him. When the owner of the restaurant heard that His Highness the seventh prince had come, he was very attentive. He ordered the waiter to keep an eye on the chef and send it over as soon as it was done. When it was sent upstairs, it was still boiling hot. The taste was indeed extraordinary. What about the waiter? He left after delivering the mutton. After carefully inspecting every corner of the balcony, Ning Shu looked at the exquisitely decorated balcony that was filled with blood. She was silent for a long time. Then she turned her head and looked seriously at Tan Sixian. Eldest young master, please tell me honestly. After coming to the capital, has the envoy made enemies with anyone, offended anyone, or done anything inappropriate? Tan Sixian was stunned for a moment. He pursed his lips and didn't speak. After a while, he said, "It is not a gentleman's behavior to speak ill of others behind their backs. However, this matter concerns the cause of the envoy's death. I can only be a villain for once. After the envoy came to the capital, he often went to brothels. Most of the time, he was accompanied by me. Even when he was drunk, I would persuade him from the side. There was only one time when I saw a few fresh scratches on the envoy's neck. Out of curiosity, I asked what happened. The envoy replied, "Last night on the road, I ran into a little wild cat that threw itself into my arms. I wanted to have some fun with it, but I was scratched by the little wild cat. As for the identity of the little wild cat that you speak of, I have no way of knowing." Ning Shu frowned. Does eldest young master remember what day of the month it was when the envoy said this? The 9th day of the 5th month. The 9th day of the 5th month. Ning Shu kept this date in her mind. Suddenly, she remembered the weak and desperate cry she heard not long ago by the Chaobai River. Jade Hairpin Flower, Xuanfang Terrace, Lady Susu. Could it be her? Chapter 297. Seeing Ning Shu was silent for a long time, Tan Sixian whispered, "Lady Ning?" Ning Shu quickly regained her senses. Tan Sixian curiously asked, "Miss, have you found any clues?" That matter was just her guess, and she couldn't make a conclusion. In order to avoid involving an innocent girl, Ning Shu said, "Not yet. I'm just thinking about some things. Thank you for your help today, eldest young master." Eldest young master must have a lot of business to do, so I won't disturb eldest young master. It's just a small matter. If I can help, it's my honor. Then I'll leave first. If Miss needs anything, I'll be there in a moment. After sending Tan Sixian away, Hui Mo smacked his lips with great interest. He pinched his chin and commented, "The outside world says that Prime Minister Tan's second son is smooth and slick in dealing with people. But I think it's the complete opposite. That guy is obviously a fool. But this eldest son is gentle and elegant. He knows when to advance and retreat. He doesn't look like a businessman who falls into the eyes of copper coins. If such a person enters the officialdom, the Tan family will probably have another prime minister. What a pity." As soon as Tan Sixian was mentioned, Ning Shu's mind exploded again. She chuckled. "Instead of talking about other people's family matters, it's better to help me find clues. I just asked you to check the surrounding terrain. What's the result?" "Oh, look at my brain. I forgot about the important matter." Hui Mo patted his forehead and took out a map from his arms. This Fong-seeking platform is located in the northeast corner of the West City. It's backed by the upper reaches of the Chaobai River. Look, the place we are standing is the best place to enjoy the view of the Chaobai River. The front door is facing this restaurant called Dong Lai Shun. There are 2 alleys on both sides. The left side is a tiled house, and the right side is another brothel called by Hualu. According to the surrounding people, these 2 brothels are famous in the West City for not getting along with each other. When the news of the envoy's sudden death spread out, the brothel owner of Bai Hualu laughed until her mouth was crooked. Although Huimo looked careless and unreliable, he was very meticulous in his work. On the map, he marked the terrain around the Searchfong platform in great detail. He even marked the width of the alley, the number of doors and windows around it, and the distance to the tile shack and Baihua building. Ning Shu looked at it seriously for a while, then tapped on the drawing with her finger. There are small doors on both the east and west sides of the platform. Why isn't there any on the side near the river? Xuanfang Terrace is built next to the Chaobai River. Below the 8 steps is the riverbank. The reason why they didn't set up a small door here is probably because they were afraid that drunken customers would accidentally slip into the river. Also, the brothel keeper purposely set up a fence near the river, probably for the same reason. What you mean is that if you want to enter the seeker platform, you have to go from the east, west, and south sides. You definitely can't come up from the north side of the river? Huiyamo nodded vigorously. I've seen it. The embankment is 40 feet high. Below the embankment is the turbulent waves of the Chaobai River. If you want to climb up the embankment, I'm afraid your Qinggong will be able to reach the sky. Ningshu nodded in understanding and asked the officer next to her, Are all the small doors guarded? Of course. When I caught them this morning, I asked them. They are in this kind of business. What they are most afraid of is that people come to make trouble and customers don't pay and run away. Therefore, every door is guarded, and the guards are all sharp-eyed. Not only that, last night, the envoys invited all the guests to the banquet. Therefore, young Master Tan specially arranged people to guard the stairs connecting the second floor and the third floor to prevent some drunken people from making trouble in the private rooms upstairs and disturbing the guests. Huiyamo blinked. According to what you said, outsiders can't sneak in to commit murder, and people on the first and second floor can't enter the third floor. The murderer must be the young master of the aristocratic family who stayed last night, or one of the leading ladies. Then the list of suspects has been narrowed down a lot. The officer smiled bitterly and said, If it were really that simple, we would be able to solve this case by ourselves. The problem is that the young masters who stayed here last night testified against each other. After they went into their rooms to rest, they didn't come out again. They were even woken up by the screams of the pimp. Even Miss Susu, who was the most suspicious, has a witness. She said that she didn't serve the envoys well last night and made the envoys unhappy. The envoys slapped her and slammed the door. Susu's maid came in and comforted her for a long time. Then, the two of them slept in the same room. Young Master Wang next door also testified that he heard the noise, but he was too drunk to come out. Chapter 298. Ningshu asked, Didn't they say where the envoy went after he left the house? The officer answered, They said they saw the envoy walking towards the balcony, but they didn't see it clearly. Ningshu immediately walked to Susu's room and found that Susu's room was in the southwest corner. It made sense that she didn't see it clearly. Hey, this is strange. Why didn't he find another beauty in the middle of the night and go to the balcony to enjoy the cold wind? Is there a beautiful female ghost on the balcony that seduced his soul? The people outside can't come in, and the people inside can testify for each other. Is it true that the female ghost floated in to confuse the envoy, killed him, and then escaped through the wall? Huimo's imagination was so rich that he even amused himself. Ningshu's eyes were as clear and calm as the morning dew. She looked straight ahead and observed how far the envoy would go from the room to the balcony and where he would pass by on the way. Even in the impregnable palace, fourth Miss Qi could disappear from the fragrant hall. What is there to be surprised about in this world? My master once said, unsolved cases in this world are confusing and unsolvable at first glance. But in fact, they all have their own key points. If the key point is found, then everything will be clear. If they couldn't find it, many people would attribute it to ghosts and demons, casting a dark shadow over these unsolved cases and ending them hastily. In fact, 9 out of 10 cases that are disguised as ghosts can be proved to be man-made. What about the other case? Either he didn't care about his life or he was unlucky. After walking this part of the road, Ningshu walked around the murder scene and asked Huiyamo to copy the half of the footprints beside the pool of blood on the paper. As for the reason why she didn't write, she admitted that her drawing skills were indeed too outstanding, and she was too embarrassed to see it. After doing all this, Ningshu took the blueprint and started walking from the third floor, floor by floor. She didn't miss a single door or window, and finally reached the first floor with great difficulty. Then, she climbed step by step back to the third floor. Just like that, she kept going back and forth from all the small doors in all directions. For a whole hour, she had a clear understanding of the terrain here. Huiyamo was dizzy and his stomach was beating. Lady Ning, it's almost noon. Shall we eat something before we continue? Ningshu thought for a while and agreed. She had asked the officials to bring the procuress and Susu here from the Dali Temple. They should be here in 2 hours. It's a good time to fill up her stomach. So she got up and patted the dust off her hands. Let's go. Huiyamo said excitedly, then let's go to Donglai-shun. Their roast mutton is really fragrant. When I went to explore the terrain before, the aroma kept circling around me. I was almost drooling. No wonder the princes liked to eat it. The two walked out of Xuanfang Terrace one after the other. After a few steps, they saw a beggar-like old woman sitting there not far away. She was mumbling something, and the officials couldn't drive her away. Huiyamo looked over and said, "Oh, that old woman. She was there just now. People nearby said that she is a lunatic. She has been crazy for more than 20 years. She talks nonsense all day long. No one cares about her." Ning Shu was about to walk away when she suddenly heard a few words coming out of the old woman's mouth. She walked over and bent down. "Old woman, what are you talking about? I seem to have heard you just say, revenge?" The old woman was shocked. She suddenly grabbed Ning Shu's hand and screamed, "She is back. She must be back. Xuehongyi is back for revenge." Xuehongyi. Hearing this name, Ning Shu suddenly had a flash of white light in her mind. She finally found the reason for the inexplicable familiar feeling that lingered in her mind after she saw the envoy's death. Embroidery needle, carving words, cutting off the penis, blinding eyes. When she was a child, she once saw an almost identical murder case in the cold case records collected by her master for many years. The name of the murderer was Xuehongyi. After telling Huiyamo, he was shocked. The same way of murder. It must be the same person who committed the crime. Let's catch this person called Xuehongyi quickly. Ning Shu turned her head and looked at him silently. More than 20 years ago, after the real murderer was exposed, she turned around and jumped into the river to commit suicide. Her body sank in the water for a night before it was fished out from downstream. She really died. Are we going to catch her in the grave? Huiyamo was stunned and then frightened. He had goosebumps all over his body. He jumped back and said, "Ah, Lady Ning, don't make such a joke. I'm scared." Chapter 299. Every day, all kinds of new things happened in Shi City. Life's joys and sorrows were condensed here. Not to mention, who could suddenly remember something that happened 20 years ago? Until the old woman called out, "Xuehongyi." The old people who stayed here suddenly realized that Xuehongyi was that Xuehongyi. Since the founding of Great Yu, the capital Shi City had gone through 100 years before it gradually became the charming and gentle scene of beautiful women everywhere. In these 100 years, there was a new courtesan queen every year. Every 3 to 5 years, the beauties who once dominated the capital would be thrown to the back of people's minds. Xuehongyi was definitely not the most gorgeous of them all, but she was the most unique of them all. She was born in a family of generals. Because her father was defeated, her family declined. Her fiancé's family, who had been engaged to her since she was a child, personally submitted a letter of impeachment to the emperor. After her father was executed, her sister-in-law lost her husband. Faced with the help of her fiancé's family, she tore the marriage contract in half on the street and said that she would rather be a brothel girl than marry into the enemy's family. Many people thought that she was just speaking out of anger. Unexpectedly, when she turned around, she really walked into 100 Flowers Tower. With a unique sword dance, she became the new courtesan queen. If a beauty was only beautiful on the outside, after a shallow taste, it would quickly become boring. Her beauty was hidden in her bones, unique and unique. Her natural and unrestrained personality was pursued by countless famous young masters. In order to obtain a glance from her, they did not hesitate to fight, but she was still free and easy. No matter high or low, if she liked, she would not take a single cent. If she was unhappy, she would not take even 10,000 gold. It was as if she was playing with men, and not the other way around. It was said that even the Su Wangya at that time wanted to marry her as a concubine, but she flatly refused. Everyone was guessing which man would subdue this hot and suffocating red rose, or would she subdue all the men in the world? Until one day, without warning, she suddenly took off her card and refused to accept a guest. She redeemed herself and said that she was going to marry. The person she chose was not a noble, nor was he a rich merchant. Instead, he was an ordinary scholar. The betrothal gift was a poem, and the dowry was her. She cut off her past life as soon as she said so. She took off her luxurious clothes, threw away the brocade ornaments, and changed into coarse hemp clothes. Every day, she peacefully embroidered the dragon and phoenix wedding dress and red shoes for herself in the small house. Countless people were filled with regret and regret. There were even people who brought all their belongings to block her door, begging her to give them another chance. She never came out of the house. Gradually, everyone's thoughts faded, and they shifted their attention to the next courtesan. However, they heard a shocking piece of news. On the night before Shui Hongyi's wedding, she was suddenly humiliated and lost her virginity. Some people said, "What kind of innocence is a brothel girl's innocence?" In any case, her jade-like arms were pillowed on by 1,000 men, and her lips were tasted by 10,000 men. In the face of those people's mockery and ridicule, she wiped away her tears and calmly ran to break off the engagement. Then, she went to 100 Flowers Tower to retrieve the sword that her father had left for her. The next night, the hooligan who raped her was stabbed several times. His eyes were poked blind, his sinful root was cut off, his face was tattooed, and he died at home. When the officials came to the door, she opened her eyes and frankly admitted, "I did it." "So what?" She sneered, turned around and jumped into the Chaobai River. Since then, she had passed away. Until now, there was still an old man who lamented. She was really a unique woman. What a pity. After listening to the story pieced together by the old people around, Hui Mo could not help but sigh. This Miss Shui's life was too rough. She met wolves and beasts. Her good life was ruined by men. That scholar was also too much. He did not protect her well. She obviously wanted to die when she broke off the engagement. Why didn't he stop her? There are no good men. Chapter 300. Ning Shu stared at him silently, her eyes slowly sweeping down from his chest. Hui Mo covered his chest shyly, turned around and said, "I'm saying that those men are not good people. I'm a good person." No, I'm not a good person. No, I'm a good person. My Shitzi is also a good person. Our Nanping Prince's mansion is full of good men. Okay, I know. Your Nanping Prince's mansion's boys are the best. After teasing Hui Mo, Ning Shu began to talk seriously. Shui Hongyi has already committed suicide. So this should be a copycat crime? What do you mean? There are generally two kinds of copycat crimes. First, it's to pay homage. The murderer had a similar experience with a senior killer and developed empathy with him. Or, he simply felt that this kind of killing method was very exciting, so he blindly worshipped him and regarded him as a spiritual role model. He couldn't help but imitate his behavior and killing method. Second, it's to frame. When the murderer committed the crime, in order to cover up the truth of his crime, he deliberately imitated a relatively famous modus operandi to divert the attention of the government and achieve the purpose of deceiving everyone. If that's the case, that Shui Hongyi has been dead for so many years. It's impossible to frame her. It should be the first kind. Ning Shu was calm and composed. Who said that it's impossible to frame her? If a living person can't be framed, then there are ghosts. Hui Mo's little heart trembled again. But didn't you say that ghosts can't be trusted? Ghosts can't commit crimes, but it can't prevent people from having ghosts in their hearts. Ning Shu raised her chin and motioned to the crowd that was gathering. Sure enough, not long after, someone in the crowd said seriously, 23 years ago, on the day she committed suicide, I was there. I heard with my own ears that Shui Hongyi said before she jumped into the river, "If there are any evil men in the world, even if I have to climb up from the ground, I will kill all of them." She must be the one who killed the envoy. Otherwise, how could they die exactly the same? A few days ago, I was chatting with Boss Qian of the Tile House. She saw with her own eyes that the envoy flirted with a little girl who sold flowers and almost jumped into the river to commit suicide. Maybe this stimulated Shui Hongyi, who died in Chaobai River, and summoned her ghost back. No wonder when I was packing up my stall last night, I vaguely saw a red flash across the Chaobai River. I thought I was old and my eyes were playing tricks on me. I didn't expect it to really be a ghost. Buddha bless. Buddha bless. The speed of gossip was always the fastest, especially when it was mixed with the mysterious and unfathomable theories of ghosts and gods. Not long after, the news of Shui Hongyi's return to kill spread throughout the entire Shi city. The sun at noon was really scorching. Looking at the crowd that was slowly dispersing, Ning Shu whispered in Huema's ear, "You keep an eye on the man who blamed Shui Hongyi for the murder at the beginning, and I'll keep an eye on the weird old lady. I feel that one of them must have a problem." Huemo nodded and followed him immediately. Ning Shu stood in the shade of the tree and silently observed the dirty old lady for a long time. When the crowd had all dispersed, she finally stood up shakily and walked forward aimlessly with her back hunched. She continued to murmur. The nearby merchants and pedestrians seemed to know her. They either drove her away in disgust or kindly threw a copper coin or a steamed bun into her broken bowl. The old lady picked up the steamed bun and wolfed it down. Then she continued to walk forward, through one alley after another. Ning Shu followed her for more than an hour and found nothing wrong with her. When she was thinking about whether to go back or not, she suddenly found that she had inadvertently followed her into a deserted alley. Her heart skipped a beat and she stopped, but it was too late. The old lady suddenly turned her head and gave Ning Shu a gloomy smile. She suddenly threw the broken bowl in her hand at Ning Shu. "Go to hell." Chapter 301. It happened so suddenly that Ning Shu only had time to kick the bowl and shatter it. In the next moment, a handful of silver needles dipped in poison flew towards her face. Ning Shu didn't have any strength to defend herself. Seeing those poisonous needles were about to pierce her skin and take her life, an umbrella swept over and blocked those poisonous needles. Then, the person who came swept a leg over and hit the old woman's heart. After that, the old woman flipped over and landed lightly. It was Zigue. Looking at the old woman who was seriously injured and stunned, Ning Shu raised her eyebrows and smiled. "I already guessed that someone would make a move on me while investigating this case. I didn't expect that you guys couldn't hold back after half a day. You guys haven't mastered the art of tolerance yet. Zigue, they took the initiative to come to us. How can we not accept it? Leave one alive to bring her back." Zigue took out a soft whip from his waist and replied, "Yes." The old woman wiped the blood from her mouth and said in a hoarse voice, "It was actually a man. You want to catch me? Let's see if you have the life to do so." A huge crossbow appeared on the top of the tree behind him. There was a short knife on the bowstring. With a bang, it flew towards Ning Shu. "Miss, be careful." Zigue immediately jumped in front of Ning Shu. In an instant, blood bloomed on his shoulder. The strong poison quickly spread from the wound to his entire body. "Zigue." Ning Shu's pupils contracted. She supported Zigue, and her face turned pale. The old woman sneered, "Now there's no one to block for you. I originally listened to my master and wanted to keep you alive until you're 17 years old. I can't disobey my master's orders. Today, I can only break your 2 legs to play with." The crossbow in the distance was pulled taut again. With a soft sound, 2 knives shot out. Ning Shu instinctively arched her body and protected the seriously injured Zigue in her arms. She closed her eyes tightly. She thought she was smart and used herself as bait. She didn't expect that she had a good plan. Others might not have a ladder to cross the wall. At that moment, there was a buzzing sound in her head. She didn't have any other thoughts. There were only 3 lonely words: Xiahou Qing. She heard the sound of the 2 knives piercing through the air and flying towards her. His heart was almost paralyzed. In the next moment, 2 iron arrows flew from opposite directions. Ding, ding. 2 sounds sent the dagger flying. Then, the 3rd iron arrow pierced through the air and pierced the arm of the crossbowman hiding in the shade. The man disappeared with a whoosh, leaving a trail of blood on the green leaves. The old lady saw that something was wrong and quickly turned around. She was kicked by the young man who was chasing after her and fell flat on her face. Ning Shu opened her eyes, still in shock. She saw a tanned young man with a bow in one hand and a quiver on his back. He was holding a bow in one hand and stepping on the back of the old lady with the other. He said cheerfully, "You guys are also archers." I am also an archer. Why don't you compete with me to see which pot is better? You want me to break your legs and play with them? At the entrance of the alley, Juicy supported Xiahou Qing and slowly appeared. When she saw the familiar figure, Ning Shu was like a house cat that was bullied outside and finally found its master. Her heart was finally relieved. Her nose was still a little sour, and she looked at him with a pair of clear eyes. But the master had a cold face and didn't seem to welcome her at all. Juicy said, "Shi Yin, speak properly." Okay. I just miss my hometown language because I haven't spoken it for a long time." The young man called Shi Yin turned his head and said, "Speak. Which hole are you hiding in? And who is your master?" "My master is Tianyueyu, a phoenix among men. You guys are not qualified to hear his name." The old lady turned her head and smiled at Ning Shu. She whispered in a sandpaper-like voice, "Lady Ning, don't worry. There are still 4 months. I will wait for you in the netherworld." Shi Yin quickly pinched his chin. Poisonous blood flowed out of the man's mouth. He was already dead, but the curse he uttered before he died lingered in Ning Shu's heart like a haze and couldn't be dispelled for a long time. "Fuck you." Shi Yin searched for a long time but didn't find anything useful. He threw the dirty and smelly body down and returned to Xiahou Qing's side. Seeing the master and servants turn to leave without paying attention to her, Ning Shu hurriedly said, "Your Highness." "What is it?" Xiahou Qing turned his head slightly and responded coldly. Ning Shu supported Zigue and let him lean on her shoulder. Facing Xiahou Qing, who was so cold and distant from her, she didn't know why, but she felt a sense of unease that she hadn't felt in a long time. "My secret guard Zigue is seriously injured. The wound is poisonous. Your Highness, please save him." Xiahou Qing snorted disdainfully. He turned his head and walked a long way before he proudly said, "Take him away." Chapter 302. Ning Shu's heart was finally at ease. She supported Zigue and struggled to walk to the carriage that was 100 steps away. Juicy glanced at Xiahou Qing's expression and turned back. "Shi Yin, you carry him. If the wound is pulled back and forth like this, the poison will spread faster." Shi Yin immediately jumped away. "I don't want to. Beautiful women are all tigers. Stay away from me." Juicy silently flew a dagger at him. Shi Yan's shoulder touched and reluctantly moved over to carry the precious quiver in front of him. He bent down to carry Zigue on his back. As he walked, he sadly muttered, "I touched a woman. I'm not clean anymore. I'm not clean anymore." In a half-conscious state, Zigue frowned and said with annoyance, "You, put me down. I'll walk by myself, noisy. You dare to complain that I'm noisy? I didn't complain that you tainted my innocence. You ask me to put you down? I won't. I want to carry you. I want to carry you." Ning Shu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Xiahou Qing was such an otherworldly person. Why did he raise so many weirdos around him? Huema was naive and naughty, Tianwen was gossipy, and Shi Yin was like Sun Wukong. Only Juicy was normal. He was a copy of Xiahou Qing and could shock the other 3. But this otherworldly person sat in the carriage with his jade-like face looking out of the window. Except for the few words just now, he didn't give her a single word, as if she didn't exist at all. Holding Zigue on her knees, Ning Shu looked at him. Her heart was in turmoil for a long time before she carefully said, "Thank you, Your Highness, for saving my daughter's life at the critical moment." As still as water. "I saw those short knives. They were exactly the same as the ones that killed Wen Huinyang. The handles of the knives have the same threads. They were also shot with crossbows. This shows that the case of the envoy's sudden death was also manipulated by them. But I'm very curious. From consort Wen to consort Qi to the envoy, plus you and me, their targets are disorderly and seemingly unrelated. What is their purpose?" Ning Shu deliberately said a witty sentence. Could it be that they want to learn from Daji and bring disaster to the country? The 8 winds did not move. "Your Highness, are you angry with my daughter?" He was still speechless. Ning Shu closed her mouth. Her heart felt empty, so she copied him and looked out the window. She watched the camphor trees cast their shade one after another, and the walls of the houses in the alley were covered with green usneas. She felt the rare quiet coolness in the alley. After a long time, she lowered her head and let out a soft laugh. Hearing her laughter, Xiahou Qing finally showed a trace of emotion. He mocked, "What are you laughing at? You're finally able to get married before you're 17. Are you happy?" "No." Ning Shu silently shook her head. "I'm laughing. It seems that every time I'm in danger and call out Your Highness' name in my heart, Your Highness will always appear and save my life. It was the same when the Empress wanted to kill me in the Phoenix Algae Palace. It was the same when the venomous bees were wreaking havoc in the Xinqing Monastery. It was the same today, so I feel that it's interesting. Your Highness really is my savior." She didn't know if it was because he was flattered by her savior, or because the word no smoothed his hair, but the ice on Xiahou Qing's face melted a little. But his tone was still distant. It was just a coincidence. Don't flatter yourself. It was such a remote alley. It wasn't on the way, and there were no restaurants or markets. How could it be so coincidental? Of course, Ning Shu didn't have the guts to ask. She only dared to snicker. Her eyes curved, and there were thousands of fragments of stars in her eyes. Chapter 303. She thought for a bit and then said, "Your Highness heard it at the Supreme Court this morning, right? So when I chased after the carriage, Your Highness didn't stop. Is it because you're angry?" Hearing her mention the morning, Xiahou Qing frowned and continued to be cold. "That's your own business. Who you're going to marry and who you're going to marry has nothing to do with me. Why would I be angry?" Ning Shu took a deep breath and gathered her courage to seriously look at him. Her clear eyes reflected Xiahou Qing's shadow and nothing else. "If I said that this marriage was not what I wanted, would Your Highness believe me?" After experiencing the betrayal of her first life, 300 years, 7 lives and 7 deaths, it had become a habit for her to face death alone. Every time death came, she would chew up the pain, fear, and despair bit by bit and swallow it into her stomach. She would never talk to anyone about it. Other than herself, she didn't expect anyone, didn't rely on anyone, and didn't believe in anyone. Later, even when she faced the pain of being cut to pieces and begging for death, she was only left with numbness. In any case, no one would come to save her. She was destined to die miserably. But in this life, her fate was restarted. Her lost family was found, and her flesh and blood returned to her side. Then, she met him. She seemed to have been born with a weak personality. When she was sick, there was someone to act spoiled. When she made a mistake, she would be forgiven. When she was in danger, she suddenly had a trace of luck. Thinking what if, what if, what if, what if, what if, what if, he was willing to save her. Then, he really did appear, again and again. It gave her a chance to live and ignited a long-lost hope. There was indeed a deal between them, a cooperation, that's right. But gradually, outside of the deal, the place on the left side of her chest that was constantly beating could clearly feel that something was different. In the past, she didn't care who she married or what kind of face she would spend the rest of her life with. In any case, she just needed to guard her heart and not move it. Now, she cared. She didn't want him to die. She didn't want him to misunderstand. She didn't want him to be disappointed. She didn't want any of these things. So this morning, she subconsciously chased after him so far, wanting to explain it clearly to him. Long before she had thought it through, her instincts had already made the decision for her. It would be foolish to continue deceiving oneself and others. Ning Shu was not the sloppy type. Feeling the seriousness in Ning Shu's voice, Xiahou Qing finally turned his head. His face, which was as beautiful as the first snow, revealed a touch of gentleness, which spread like ink. "Then what's your plan?" Ning Shu's face unconsciously burned. She hurriedly said, "In short, I will find a way to cancel this marriage as soon as possible. After that, I will work even harder to catch the mastermind behind the scenes with Your Highness." The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he slowly said, "All right." Ning Shu also laughed, her face burning even more. He had only said one word. Why was she so nervous? Where was her pride? In order to prevent him from discovering such a shameful thing, she quickly pressed her palms to her face to cool it down. But when she held her face, her heart beat even faster. Before catching that person, neither of them could promise the other. He couldn't promise that he wouldn't die from the poison at any time, and she couldn't promise that the tragedy wouldn't happen again. Her family would be safe, and she would be safe and sound. This seemed to be a difficult knot to untie. The only way was to catch the rat hiding in the gutter. It had to be. Chapter 304. I knew it. I knew it. How could anyone escape from my eyes? It turned out that the real person's skin was peeled off and then dressed up. No wonder even I couldn't see through it. Oh, so disgusting. Immerse squatted on the ground and peeled off the skin of the old lady. He was so disgusted that he stuck out his tongue. That piece of human skin was thrown to the ground by Immerse. Ning Shu moved aside in disgust and asked, "Who is the old woman who was killed?" Tianwen was a qualified gossiper. He immediately said, "I just asked around. Her name is Bai Zhu. She used to be Xuehongyi's maid more than 20 years ago. After Xuehongyi committed suicide, she also became crazy. She has been begging around the West Market for a living. Everyone said that she was scared to death by Xuehongyi's murderous look." Ning Shu snorted. She took out a person who had been dead for more than 20 years to cover up her murder. That's a painstaking effort. However, the person was already dead. Even if they wanted to ask, they couldn't find anything. Not long after, the two corpses, one real and one fake, were dragged away by the people from the Dali Temple. Tianwen was responsible for collecting information. It was inconvenient for him to show up for too long, so he said goodbye and disappeared. Now, except for the half footprint and the embroidery needle, there was no evidence at all. As for the footprint, Ning Shu gave it to the officials of the Dali Temple to compare one by one. None of the people who stayed on the third floor last night matched. After the procuress brought Susu here, she talked for a long time. She swore that it was absolutely not them who did it, and it was absolutely not the people in their building who did it. Her expression was so sincere that she almost pointed to the sky and cried out for injustice. "My lord, you're just and honorable. We are so innocent. People like us who roll around in the pleasure field are the most lowly people in the world. We do the most despised business and earn the most bitter money. We deal with all kinds of customers every day. Who would want to smash their own bowl of rice? Let's take Susu as an example. Her crippled father and sick mother depend on her to survive every day. If the envoy is killed, her whole family will die. There are many families in the brothel that are worse off than her family. We really didn't kill the envoy." The brothel keeper's tears and snot flowed down her face. Ning Shu said, "I heard that the envoy especially likes to hang around Xuanfeng stage. Every 3 to 5 days, he would visit once. Moreover, he has a bad temper and has humiliated many girls during this period. Is this true?" The brothel keeper smiled bitterly and said, "Ioyo, Mrs. taking us too seriously. We are in the flesh business. When the customers see us happy, they treat us like pets and play with us. When they are unhappy, beating, scolding, and whipping are all light punishments. How can we not wake up by ourselves? What kind of humiliation had he not suffered? How could he kill someone just because of this? How many prostitutes could learn from Xuehongyi, who would rather die than live in dishonor? She was one of a kind. As for the enmity, it is even more impossible. The envoy has only been in the capital for a short period of time. The girls didn't even recognize him before." Miss Susu's eyes were swollen from crying. She nodded repeatedly. "Miss, although I was slapped by the envoy, I definitely wouldn't kill him over such a small matter. I definitely don't have the guts to do so." Ning Shu's thoughts were a bit messed up by the crying. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she coaxed this delicate beauty. She felt extremely tired. After Susu stopped crying, Ning Shu's expression changed. "From what mother said just now, you know Xuehongyi?" Hearing Ning Shu's question, the brothel keeper was silent. She tidied up the messy hair on her temples and sighed. "I know her. How could I not know her? After more than 20 years, I almost forgot about her. If it wasn't for the envoy's death, I really wouldn't have remembered her. At that time, she and I were both working in 100 Flowers Tower. In terms of qualifications, I was her senior. Before she came, I was the top hostess in 100 Flowers Tower. When she came, she stole my limelight. That arrogance of hers was really annoying at first. Who knew that such a person would end up like that? Chapter 305. Ning Shu pretended to be curious. I heard that before Xue Hongyi committed suicide, she used her life to curse. If there is another evil man in the world, even if I have to crawl up from the ground, I will kill all of them. Is there such a thing? The procuress snorted. Who said that? On the day of her death, there were only a few people around. I heard that the officers were going to catch her, so I quickly went to find her. Miss, please understand that she committed a murder. I had no intention of persuading her to run away. It's just that, it's not worth it to lose her life for that scum. But when I arrived, it was already too late. She was already standing at the side of Chaobai River, surrounded by officials. Her eyes kept looking around. I knew that she was waiting for the scholar that she pledged her life to, but he didn't come in the end. Xue Hongyi smiled and jumped into the river. I was the one who identified the corpse. She was beautiful when she was alive, but ugly when she died. After soaking in the water for a night, her whole body swelled up. Really? The corpse was collected for her by us sisters. That stinky scholar was like a dead person from the beginning to the end. He didn't even show his face once. In my opinion, Xue Hongyi was always carefree and unrestrained, but she was blind when it came to men. Ning Shu nodded with a sigh. Most of the time, this saying was true. Most of the time, people who were righteous tended to be dog butchers, while those who were heartless tended to be scholars. However, Xue Hongyi died early, so it was useless to dwell on this matter. Thus, Ning Shu said, there is one more thing that I want to ask Mother. I checked the layout of the Searchfang terrace this morning. The east, west, and west sides of the first floor have one main door, 2 side doors, and 12 windows. Every door is guarded by people. Is that right? That's right. It's to prevent customers from running away after enjoying themselves. After all, there are too many people here. Besides these, is there any other entrance or exit? Or any other way to enter the building? The procuress lowered her head and her eyes flashed. She seemed to be thinking carefully. No, there shouldn't be. I heard from the wash opera that there are some experts who can jump 3 feet high and have the ability to leap over roofs and vault over walls. Could it be that the murderer used this method to sneak in? Otherwise, I have dozens of hired thugs here. How could none of them be watched? That must be it. That's right, that's right. I've also heard of people who know how to hit acupoints. They hit the acupoints, and when they wake up, they won't be able to remember anything. Miss, hurry up and check it out. The more she talked, the more mysterious she became. Ning Shu was really good at explaining to her that the things in the play were exaggerated and not real. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so she waved her hand and asked the people of the Supreme Court to take them back. Before leaving, Ning Shu asked Su Su, I heard that Miss Su Su hasn't been feeling well recently. You even asked someone to buy a jade hairpin flower. Is that true? Su Su's face turned red. She clenched her fingers and said with difficulty, Yes. In my line of work, I often suffer from some minor illnesses related to that. For the past 2 months, I haven't had a period, and I also need to relieve myself. I heard from the sisters in the building that if you take a mixture of jade hairpin flower, snakeskin, and lilac, and wash it, it will be effective. So I asked Miss Er, who sells flowers in Shui City, to buy some. Then do you remember what day of the month Miss Er came? Su Su's eyelashes trembled. The 7th day of the 5th month. The envoy came to see me that day. I really couldn't wait on him, so he left unhappily. That's why I remember. After that, did the envoy ever mention to you what happened that night? Su Su shook her head. No. The envoy always comes here to have fun. He never chats with us. A woman was worth 500 ducks, and the ones in the brothel were worth 1,000. Ning Shu rubbed her temples and continued to walk slowly in the building. She was deep in thought. Xiahou Qing had already found out the details of the young masters who stayed on the 3rd floor last night. So far, he hadn't found any motive to kill them. Although the envoy had a bad temper, he was generous. Young Master Tan often paid for him, so the girls in the building didn't have a strong motive. Ear. Thinking of this name in her heart, Ning Shu couldn't help but sigh. She really didn't want to involve the girl who was humiliated and suffered so much for no reason in this case. However, now many clues were pointing to her. Moreover, she had a similar experience with Xuehongyi, so she did have a motive to imitate the crime. It seemed that she had no choice but to find her. Chapter 306. Ning Shu and Huema immediately got on the horse under the warm sun and rode in the direction of Er's house. When they reached the entrance of the alley, their backs were soaked with sweat. They didn't expect to find nothing. The woman who was washing at the door said, "You were late. If you came earlier yesterday, you might have seen them." Yesterday at noon, the family of 3 had packed up and went back to their hometown. Ning Shu and Huema looked at each other and asked, "Went back to their hometown? Why did they suddenly leave the capital?" The woman said with relish, "She can't stay here any longer. Ever since Er's accident, everyone in the neighborhood knows about it. Don't mention how unpleasant the words are behind Er's back. Er's mother wants to protect her daughter, so she can only take her back to her hometown. In my opinion, even if they go back, they can't pretend that it didn't happen. A girl's innocence is the most important thing. When she gets married in the future, will her husband not notice it? Er's life is ruined." After the woman finished chatting, she looked at them with vigilance. "Who are you two? Why do you want to know about her family?" Ning Shu clapped her hands and sighed. "Sigh, we're from Sanlikyo Jewelry Shop. Her family had ordered a few pieces of jewelry from our shop, saying that they were preparing for their wedding. Originally, we agreed to pay the deposit first, and they would pay the rest when the jewelry was ready. But several days have passed since the agreed day to pick up the jewelry, and we haven't seen them. The boss was very anxious, so he asked us to hurry them. You see, this jewelry was originally ordered for each person. It took a lot of effort to finish it, but her family suddenly doesn't want it. Who do you want us to sell it to? Don't you think it makes sense?" The woman nodded. "That's right. But Er's father and mother are honest people. They didn't do it on purpose. I'm afraid that they were confused by the recent events, so they forgot about it. But even if they remember, the marriage has been cancelled, so there is no place to use the jewelry." Ning Shu said vividly, "Whether they want it or not, they have to give us a definite answer. We rely on our reputation to do business. If they don't want it, we can just melt the jewelry and make a new style for them. Does elder sister know where their hometown is? My shop has a few branches. Maybe I can find her place." The woman rolled her eyes, obviously hiding something. Ning Shu understood and took out a few copper coins from her bosom. "Good sister, then tell me. I just started working in the shop a few days ago. This is the first task the boss gave me. If I don't do it well, the boss will definitely scold me to death." The woman hurriedly put the 5 copper coins into her pocket and said with a smile, "Oh my, sister can't see people suffering. Let me think. I heard about it when I was chatting with Er's mother. Her hometown is in Chong County. It's less than 30 miles away from the capital." Ning Shu said sweetly, "Thank you, elder sister." Ning Shu walked out of the alley and took the tied horse away. She touched her forehead and found that it was full of sweat. Huiyamo said dejectedly, "It's such a hot day. I came here for nothing. It's so hot." He used his hand as a fan and fanned himself a few times, but he didn't feel cold. He saw that there was a shop selling lotus leaves on the side of the road, so he quickly ran to buy 2. He gave one to Ning Shu and put the other on his head. Then he felt better. He said, "But does this mean that we are wrong? Her family left the capital at noon yesterday. The envoy died at night. They didn't have time to commit the crime. Maybe this is just a coincidence. It has nothing to do with her family." Chapter 307. Ning Shu fanned herself with a green lotus leaf and exhaled a mouthful of hot air. "It's just a suspicion. No one can convict her directly before we find the key evidence. But don't you think that they left the capital at the right time? I remember that the last time I met them here was 3 days ago. At that time, Ear couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to commit suicide by jumping into the river. Why didn't she leave that day, or the next day? Why didn't she leave until yesterday at noon? After a few hours, the envoy was killed. If the evidence is too good, people will have no choice but to have more doubts. Huiyamo nodded and said, "Yeah, I just walked around her house. She doesn't look rich. She doesn't need to spend 2 days to pack up and go back to her hometown. So, there must be something wrong with her family. Let's go and find her." "Don't worry. I will ask for Scythia to bring people to find her family. As for us, let's go back to Xuanfang Station first." Huimo's face fell. Why are we going there again? We have almost dug 3 feet into the ground. Don't you think it's enough? No matter who killed the envoy, according to the analysis of the crime scene, the envoy was stabbed 8 times, and each stab caused a large amount of blood to splash out. It must have sprayed onto the murderer. The murderer could have thrown the blood-stained clothes and shoes into the river to destroy the evidence, but the blood on his hands and face would have taken time to clean up. Last night, there were not many people on the 3rd floor, but there were not many. In order to avoid being seen, he had to find a place to hide. I have searched all the rooms on the 3rd floor, but I couldn't find this place. So, we have to search again. Ning Shu stepped on the stirrups and jumped up. She raised her eyebrows. "Are you going or not?" Huiyamo remembered Shizi's order. He said that if anything happened to Lady Ning, he would be responsible for it. He had to say with annoyance, "I'll go. I'll go." What could he do? He was just a weak and helpless little boy. He had no human rights. Ning Shu searched the entire 3rd floor once again. She even knelt on the ground and knocked on every piece of the floor. She did not even let go of the screen and the wardrobe. Not to mention a drop of blood, there was not even a trace of the smell of blood. Huiyamo crawls out from under the bed. His face is covered with soot. He heaves a long sigh. Ning Shu looked at his pitiful appearance and laughed. "Don't sigh. Go and eat something first. Don't you want to eat roast mutton? Let's go." Huiyamo immediately stood up and said energetically, "Let's go." The sky was already completely dark. Gradually, several lanterns were lit up in the West Market. The specks of light reflected into the river, making both sides of the Chaobai River look like a dream. Unfortunately, due to the influence of the envoy's murder case, Shi City was no longer as lively as it used to be. Among them, Dong Laishun, which was opposite Xuanfang Stage, was the first to bear the brunt. Usually, at this time of the meal, there should be a lot of guests. It was not an exaggeration to say that Dong Laishun was deserted today. No matter how hard he tried to attract guests, it was useless. The boss was so irritable that his face turned black. He pushed the waiter aside and scolded him. "You're really not good at running errands. You're the best at being lazy and pretending to be dead. After so long, you still haven't attracted a single guest. Why did I hire you in the first place? You're just a useless snack. Go away." Only when he saw Ning Shui coming over did the boss let him go. He hurriedly put on a smile and went up to greet them. "Two distinguished guests, please come in. Order whatever you want to eat. We have everything here, especially the roasted mutton. Do you want to order 2 plates? Chapter 308. Smelling the fragrant aroma from the kitchen, Hui Mo's eyes lit up. He rubbed his hands and said, "Then give me 2 plates first. As for the other dishes, you can just pick the most popular ones and serve me a few plates." Okay. Seeing that he was a generous person, the boss's eyes narrowed with a smile. Seeing that the waiter who scolded him was still standing there with his head down, he slapped him and scolded in a low voice, "Hurry up and serve the guests tea. Are you blind?" The waiter suddenly came to his senses and hurried to serve the tea. Ning Shu glanced at the boss. He was raised by his parents. It's better not to insult him like this. It's really this boy. The boss paused for a moment and continued to flatter. Okay. Whatever you say is good. Zhou Yang, after the tea is served, please fan the guests. Look at the hot weather. If I'm not wrong, you are the female detective Lady Ning who went to Xuanfang TV to investigate the case, right? This lowly one has already seen your celestial beauty this morning. The merchant's mouth was indeed good at coaxing people to death. Ning Shu's mouth twitched when she heard that. She waved her hand and said, "It's me, that's right. As for the celestial beauty, there's no need for that. Oh right, boss, how long have you been running this restaurant?" "It's been many years. My father set up a small stall here. Later, it gradually expanded. Now, it's a long-established restaurant in Shi City. The son of the assistant minister and the son of the prime minister are all my regular customers. My business is very good. Who knew that there would be a murder case? You see, I'm so worried that my mouth is burning. I'm sure that I'll lose a lot of money in the next few months. I heard that the envoy sent someone to buy roast mutton here last night. Yes, he said that the 7th prince wanted to eat it. I was so excited when I heard that. If the prince in the palace also said that it was good, then my restaurant's reputation would be improved. So, I immediately asked someone to send the roast mutton upstairs. Did the detective suspect that the envoy had a problem after eating our mutton? That's a huge injustice. Seeing that the boss was about to swear on his conscience, Ning Shu hurriedly stopped him. Don't worry, we didn't find any problems with the roast mutton. We just want to ask, did the boss see any strange people around, or did anything strange happen between last night and the incident today? Strange people or strange things? Detective, I'll call all the waiters over and ask them for you. The boss waved his hand, and the waiters all gathered. The waiters thought carefully, and one of them quickly said, I saw one. Yesterday evening, the envoys held a banquet at Xuanfang Terrace. There was a long queue of carriages and ceremonial carriages, attracting many onlookers. Coincidentally, I was soliciting customers at the entrance when I noticed a thin and small young master staring at them from the corner. At first, I thought he was also here to watch the fun. After watching, he should at least have a meal, right? So, I walked over and wanted to pull him in. Who knew that when I approached him, he pushed me away and ran away as if he was frightened. I came back and looked at myself in the mirror for a long time, but I didn't feel that I looked scary. The waiter was glib with his words, and he joked with the others. Don't you think so? The others laughed and slapped him. The waiter who was holding a fan slipped his hand, and the fan fell. He quickly picked it up and apologized to Ning Shu and Hui Mo. Then, he was driven away by the boss in disgust and was replaced by another waiter. This little episode was not worth paying attention to. Hui Mo asked, Do you remember what that person looked like? He was wearing a curtain hat, so I couldn't see clearly. I only remember that he wasn't tall, almost as tall as me. The waiter pointed at his ears. The skin on his hands was quite white, just like a girl's. There was also a fragrance on his body. It was already evening, and the sky was dark. Not many people still wear curtain hats, and they weren't afraid of tripping. I thought it was strange at that time, so I paid attention to him. So tall, fragrance on his body, and fear of men. Ningshu thought for a while. These 3 characteristics were basically consistent with Er. It seemed that she didn't go back to her hometown at noon yesterday. Chapter 309. Other than this matter, the other waiters couldn't say anything else, so they were dismissed. 2 plates of roasted mutton were served. Hui Mo's eyes lit up as he ate the meat. There was nothing else to ask, so Ning Shu casually said, I heard that there are a lot of guests in Shi City. There should be a lot of interesting things happening every day. Boss, can you tell us something to relieve our boredom? What interesting things can happen in front of the brothel? It's nothing more than seeking pleasure, fighting for affection, and those kinds of things. If you really want to talk about it, this little one will think about it. Yes, there was something that happened 2 days ago. Do you know Senior Feng from the Dali Temple? Boss, are you talking about Senior Feng, who is about to retire? The boss leaned over and whispered, That's him. Hee, that senior is also a frequent visitor to Shi City. Every 7 or 8 days, he will come here to find Miss Han Ming and Miss Yin Shui. Hui Mo almost spat out the meat in his mouth. Isn't he almost 70 years old? He is complaining about headaches and lung pains all day long. Can he still come to the brothel? He is really old but vigorous. But I heard that he is very henpecked. When he sees Madam, he is like a mouse seeing a cat. Isn't he afraid of being caught and whipped? Ning Shu was speechless. In the ranking list of female tigers in the capital, Imperial Censor Yun's family was number 1, and Senior Feng's family was number 2. At such an old age, his hair was already white, but he still came to the brothel every day to compete with Madame. It was really hard for him, so when he comes, we will have a good show to watch. By Hualu, Chunshui Lu. Madame Feng almost turned over all of these places. So we often make bets in private. We bet when Senior Feng will be caught by Madame Feng, how many slaps will he receive, and how many hours will he kneel on the washboard. Just the afternoon before yesterday, Senior Feng secretly came again. Sure enough, within half an hour, his shrewish madam heard the news and took a kitchen knife with her servants to chase after him. Usually, when Madame Feng went out, she could catch Senior Feng in less than half an hour. That afternoon, Madame Feng almost overturned the entire brothel, but she couldn't find Senior Feng. When she went home with a dark face, Senior Feng was already waiting for her. I heard that Madame Feng almost went crazy that day. It's so funny. The boss was overjoyed, but Ning Shu's expression changed. Boss, what did you say just now? Seeking Feng platform? Yeah, what's wrong? Please repeat the last few sentences. The boss was confused and repeated the last few sentences. I say, Madame Feng almost overturned the entire Feng search platform, but she still couldn't find Lord Feng. When she returned home with a dark face, Lord Feng was already waiting for her at home. What happened? Before the boss finished his words, Ning Shu suddenly stood up and pulled Huema. Catch the brothel keeper immediately. We were fooled by her. There's a secret passage in the Feng-seeking platform. Sirs, please forgive this old servant. This old servant really didn't mean to deceive you. This is the capital of this old servant's life. If it is revealed, many distinguished guests will no longer come to my place. The procuress cried with tears and snot flowing down her face. The red and white powder on her face was all mixed together, making her look extremely ugly. Tan Siwei heard that there might be important clues, so he personally escorted the procuress here. At this time, his round face darkened, and there was a bit of the seriousness of an official. He reprimanded, "Do you know that you didn't report what you knew and delayed the investigation? How should you be punished?" Chapter 310. The procuress was still pestering them endlessly. I'm stupid and ignorant. I don't know the law. Please forgive me this time. Ning Shu didn't have time to argue with her. She said, if we punish her now, it will only waste time. Tan Xiaoqing, let's talk about it later. Tan Siwei nodded and said, where is the secret passage? Take us there now. The procuress wiped her tears bitterly, got up and walked to a huge lotus pot at the corner of the corridor. It's here. With a bitter face, the brothel keeper rolled up her sleeves and bent down to reach into the basin. After groping around in the water for a while, she heard a muffled sound coming from the wall opposite the lotus basin. The mural slid to the side, revealing a door. Huiyamo went forward and pushed the door open. A secret passage appeared in front of them. It was dark inside. Like a beast suddenly opened its mouth. He stared at it with wide eyes. What the hell? I purposely walked around the lotus pot a few times just now, but I couldn't move it even after moving for a while. I didn't expect it to be played like this. Madam, you really are a genius. Talented. The procuress's smile was uglier than her crying face. I'm doing this for business. I spent a lot of money to fix this secret passage half a year ago. I won't let ordinary guests use it. Only some distinguished guests who can't enter the building from the front door, or those who are caught red-handed by their wives, I will tell them where the secret passage is. Ning Shu frowned. How many people know about this secret passage? Not many, really not many. At most 10 people. But I swear that there is only one key to the secret passage, and I always keep it with me. The procuress took the key from her waist. You see, it's still in my hands. It's impossible for anyone to sneak in from the secret passage. That's why I didn't tell you. Huiyamo put his hands on his waist and sneered. So you're in the right now? The procuress hurriedly shrank back. She felt that she was bullied by Huiyamo. Ning Shu glanced at her indifferently. Didn't you take it out and use it the afternoon before yesterday when Lord Feng came to visit? As long as it is taken out, there is a possibility of it being replicated. As soon as she finished speaking, the brothel keeper's knees went soft and she fell forward, almost falling flat on her face. Ning Shu quickly helped her up. The procuress was still in shock and was about to thank her when she suddenly opened her palm. She didn't know when she had pinched a piece of soft clay in her hand, but the outline of the key was already clearly printed on it. She just needed to find a locksmith to cast it according to the mold. The procuress was stunned. As long as someone knows the location of this secret passage, there will be a way to get another key. It's true that you carry it with you, but you still have to bathe and sleep. There will always be times when you are tired and careless. Just like just now, if I can copy this key, there will be others who can do the same. I'll ask you one more time. How many times has this secret passage been used since it was opened? Who was it? What time? Who was it? Tell me everything. Ning Shu's eyes were unprecedentedly sharp, staring straight at her like a nail. The procuress hesitated for a while, but she couldn't hold it anymore. She had to take the pen and paper handed by Huiyamo and began to explain. Ning Shu rolled up her sleeves, tied her hair, and said to Huiyamo, "You stay here and watch her write. I'll go down and have a look. Give me a light." Tan Siwei, who was next to her, hurriedly said, "It's so dark down there. Let me do it." Ning Shu was a little afraid of him, so she smiled perfunctorily. "No, I'm not afraid of the dark, and I can only feel at ease after I see the details myself. Then I'll go down with you. If you slip down there alone, I'm really worried." Tan Siwei looked at her sincerely and his face was slightly red. He seemed to be afraid that Ning Shu would refuse again, so he hurriedly said, "And as an official of the imperial court, it's my duty to assist in the investigation." Ning Shu couldn't refuse him anymore. She could only smile sweetly and bitterly. "Well, it's a little dark and steep inside. Shaoqing, be careful." Ning Shu didn't look down on him. Tan Siwei's thin arms looked like bones. He looked like a weak scholar. Maybe he wasn't as agile as her. Ning Shu said casually, but Tan Siwei misunderstood that she was concerned about him. A pair of round rabbit eyes lit up. He took the lantern from the runner beside him and said excitedly, "Okay, I'll be careful." Ning Shu quickly shut her mouth and stepped into the secret passage with the lantern. She was secretly distressed. What the hell is this? Chapter 311. It was a steep and winding wooden staircase. It was so dark that one couldn't even see one's own fingers. Only the dim yellow lights in the hands of Ning Shu and the others could illuminate a small part of the path ahead. They didn't want to make a mistake and fall down the tall wooden staircase. Walking in the dark secret passage, Ning Shu glanced back at Tan Siwei, who was holding his sword tightly and carefully walking down step by step. She asked tentatively, "Shaoqing, do you feel that I'm a little different from when I was in prison?" Tan Siwei was looking around vigilantly, as if he was afraid that a bandit or killer would fly out from a corner. When he heard the question, he retracted his gaze and looked seriously at Ning Shu, who was walking in front of him, through the warm orange light in his hand. In order to make it easier for the investigation, she had changed into men's clothes. Her black hair was neatly tied up, making her look fresh and capable. She was completely different from the soft and delicate Lady Ning in prison, who complained all day long about how boring the prison food was and begged him to bring her books and snacks. Tan Siwei hesitated and said, "It does seem a little different. You were more talkative in prison than you are now. You weren't so serious. You had a lot to say to me and often made some interesting jokes with me. But this is also very normal. After all, we're working on a case now. Naturally, we have to be more focused and serious than usual, especially for such a big case. How can we not treat it seriously? And when you refuted the procuress just now, you were really good. You hit the nail on the head. I have to learn more about investigating cases from you in the future." Ning Shu really wanted to say, "Normal my ass. I've never spoken much to you." The talkative person in prison was not me at all. However, no matter how much she wanted to confess, she had to hold back. If others found out about the switch, Xiaohoqing would also be implicated. How could he make Tan Siwei retreat without exposing the truth? This was a really troublesome matter. She thought about it and put on a more serious face. Don't you think that a woman like me is very boring? I'm always working on cases all day, looking for clues suspiciously, or dealing with corpses. When I'm busy, I don't even have time to wash my face, let alone ask about other people's well-being. I'm not feminine at all. I don't know anything about zither, chess, calligraphy, or painting. Once I enter the kitchen, the stove will suffer. Last year, for my father's birthday, I specially cooked a bowl of longevity noodles for him. In the end, he had diarrhea for 3 days after eating it. Ning Shu spared no effort in making fun of herself. At the end of her sentence, she changed the topic. Instead of a devil like me, why don't you find a gentle and virtuous lady from the boudoir who can give you a shoulder massage after work? How comfortable would that be? Don't you think so? No, don't belittle yourself. Tan Siwei quickly shook his head. Being a lady has its advantages, but Lady Ning, you're so sharp and intelligent that others can't learn from you. I don't think you're inferior to them. Moreover, I think you're very special. You're different from other girls. Zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting were nothing more than leisure activities. It was not important whether one knew how to play them or not. As for cooking, even if you don't know how to do it, I can learn. My mother said that I'm not good at other things, but I have some talent in cooking. Coincidentally, you and I complement each other. As he spoke, his face began to redden again. Ning Shu's first plan had failed, so she came up with another one. She threatened, "Haven't you heard the rumor that I've cursed 9 generations? Let me tell you, it's not just a rumor. It's true. Even my own aunt at home is afraid of me. My first 2 husbands died horrible deaths. The third one almost died as well. Tan Xiaoqing, I think you should seriously consider our marriage. What do you think?" I know all of that. I've also discussed it with my father before going to the Duke's public house to make the decision to uncle and aunt. In fact, my reputation wasn't very good before. Before I became an official, there were many people who pointed at me behind my back. They said that there was something wrong with my brain and that I was a disgrace to the Prime Minister's public house. Therefore, I understand that you must have had a hard time in the past 2 years. You must be feeling uneasy. Don't worry, I won't go back on my words. That's not what I meant. Ning Shu spent a long time talking, but not only did she not make Tan Siwei afraid, but she also drilled 3 inches into a dead end. Her attitude was even firmer than before. She only felt that her heart was extremely tired. What happened to knowing the meaning of a string? This child was clearly a blockhead. Huiyamo was right. Her character was completely different from what the outside world said. Chapter 312. Just as Ning Shu was in a dilemma, she finally reached the end of the wooden stairs. Ning Shu took out the key she had plundered from the brothel keeper and opened the door. With a whoosh, she was greeted by the rapid flow of the Chaobai River. No wonder the procuress said that they had spent a lot of money and effort to fix it. The secret passage started behind the mural and ended at the embankment of the Chaobai River. If they opened the door with the key, they would reach the surface of the water 5 feet below. After sending the person here, they would use a small boat to quietly take the person away. Going downstream was faster than running. No wonder when Madame Feng returned home that day, Lord Feng was already waiting for her at home. The willows on the embankment were luxuriant and the shade was dense. It was a perfect cover for the secret passage. The procuress was indeed a cunning old fox. As expected, Ning Shu found a bit of dried blood on the door handle. The murderer should have entered the building from here and left quietly after the crime. If the procuress had told them the truth from the beginning, they could have saved at least half a day. Unfortunately, there were no ifs. The Southern Yin Kingdom gave them a total of 5 days, and the first day came to an end silently. There was no time and no need to be angry about what had happened. After locking the door, Ning Shu and Tan Siwei went back the way they came. The moment they stepped on the wooden ladder, the light in Ning Shu's hand flickered inadvertently behind the ladder. Wait, what's wrong? Ning Shu immediately turned around and walked to the back of the wooden ladder. She raised the lantern and squatted on the ground. Look, because this area is under the wooden ladder and no one has cleaned it, a thick layer of dust has accumulated over time. Only this small area is abnormally clean. It clearly has the shape of 2 feet, and the footprints are very clear. This means that someone must have secretly hidden here last night. As she spoke, she raised her head and looked around with her sharp eyes. She found a new clue. Also, half of the spider web here has been rubbed away by someone. Tan Xiaoqing, can you help me see what this is? Tan Siwei hurriedly moved the lantern in his hand over to make the corner brighter. Soon, the two of them found a dark blue cloth on the nail behind the wooden ladder. When she came out of the secret passage, it was already late at night. Ning Shu's hands were full of dust, and her body was covered in sweat. In order to save time, he originally wanted to spend the night at Xuanfang Station, but it seemed that he had no choice but to return home. Tan Siwei said enthusiastically, "Let me send you back. It's not very peaceful in the capital recently, and the curfew is over. I shouldn't let a girl like you walk alone at night." "There's no need for that. I have a token on my waist, so I can move around unimpeded." Chapter 313. On the other side, Ning Shu tried her best to prove her innocence. On the other side, Xiao Zhangping said carelessly, "Anyway, you and Tan Xiaoqing are already engaged. What does it matter if there is a misunderstanding or not?" Ning Shu was speechless for a moment. She quickly threw out a question to shut her mouth. "It's already so late. Princess, why are you here?" The envoy died so mysteriously. As a princess, I have to be concerned. Xiao Zhangping turned to look at Xiao Qing. Her voice was full of undisguised sweetness. "Besides, I have Xiao Shitzi to escort me. I'm not afraid even if it's late." "I see. Then I'm relieved that you're safe." Ning Shu continued to smile, but her heart was bitter. After standing up with Huema's help, Tan Siwei was surprised to see the people who came. "Greetings to Xiao Shitzi and 13th Princess." Then he looked at Tan Xixian, "Eldest brother, why are you here?" Tan Xixian smiled. His pair of peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly. His flirtatious look disappeared, leaving only an amiable look. "It's already 9:15. Seeing that you haven't returned home, I knew that you must be busy with the case. So I came to see you and brought some supper. I didn't expect to meet Princess and Shitzi at the alley. Now it seems that I didn't bring enough." Xiao Zhangping said, "It doesn't matter. I heard from my 7th brother that there's a restaurant across from here. They roast mutton, and their supper is also very good. Usually, I don't have the opportunity to come here. Why don't we go there and have a seat? Your Highness, what do you think?" Xiao Qing slowly lifted his thin lips. "Okay." So the group changed their route and walked together to Donglai. Tan Xixian pointed at Tan Siwei. The latter immediately excused himself and went to Donglai first. The boss of Donglai was ready. It was Xiao Zhangping's first visit to a brothel like Shi City. Everything was new to her, and she looked around. Tan Xixian followed closely behind and patiently answered her questions. Xiao Qing followed behind. Seeing this, Ning Shu hurried to catch up. She explained to Xiao Qing in a low voice, "I definitely didn't hug Tan Xiaoqing just now. He accidentally stepped on air, so I pulled him up. It was completely to help those in distress, to help those in need, to be courageous, to help the weak." Xiao Qing sneered, "What a brave and righteous act, helping the weak. Should I praise you?" Ning Shu said embarrassedly, "That's not necessary. It's just a small matter." "You." Xiao Qing frowned and sneered. He sped up and left Ning Shu behind. Hey. Ning Shu tried to catch up, but she still couldn't catch up. His back had already followed Xiao Zhangping and Tan Xixian through the entrance of Donglaishan. Ning Shu pouted and whispered, "What's so great about having long legs?" "Okay, it's really great. Aren't you so close to the 13th princess? You even escorted her all the way." After Tan Xixian welcomed the 13th princess and Xiao Qing into Donglaishan, he stood at the door and waited for Ning Shu with a smile. When Ning Shu entered, the boss bowed obsequiously. eldest young master. Are all the distinguished guests here? Yes, this humble one will serve the dishes. I guarantee that they will be the newest and best dishes in this humble one. Wait, there's also me. A 15 or 16-year-old girl wearing a lavender dress jumped down from the carriage that had just stopped. Seeing the girl, Tan Sixian frowned out of the ordinary. Why are you here? Chapter 314. The young girl bit her lips and said, Only you and second brother are allowed to wander around these brothels at night. Why can't I come? The more you don't allow it, the more I want to come. Xiongwei, don't mess around. You should know that your second brother is here to investigate a case. Today, I'm not here to look for brothels. I'm here to accompany the princess and the heir. Moreover, you clearly know that here. Tan Sixian stopped halfway and said in a low voice, It's already late. You should rest. I'll order someone to send you back to the residence. You can accompany your honorable self. I'm not here to see you. I'm here to see second brother. The young girl stubbornly said. Before Tan Sixian could pull her back, she had already run into the building like a wisp of smoke. Xiongwei. Tan Sixian frowned deeply. In the end, he could only apologize to Ning Shu. I'm really sorry. I've made a fool of myself in front of Lady Ning. This is cousin Xiongwei. Her parents died early and she has been staying in our residence since she was 5 years old. She has been spoiled by her family and doesn't even know how to greet people. Ning Shu casually waved her hand and said with a smile, It doesn't matter. People will only reveal their most willful and straightforward side in front of people they trust. This shows that although Miss Xiongwei lost her parents, she has received the best protection in the Prime Minister's residence. The two young masters and your mother and father are very good people. The best protection. Under the colorful light above his head, his flirtatious peach blossom eyes couldn't see clearly. She only heard him say with his usual respectful and courteous smile, This Tan doesn't deserve such praise. As a result, this table of people who had nothing to do with each other somehow ended up sitting at the same table. Xiao Zhangping originally wanted to sit beside Xiahou Qing. However, Xiahou Qing refused because he wasn't used to sitting with others. Moreover, his eyes were injured and he didn't want to offend the princess. As a result, he could only sit alone. However, her seat was next to Xiahou Qing, so they could be considered close. Her eyes were practically glued to Xiahou Qing's body. Seeing Ning Shu come in, Tan Siwei smiled and stood up. He wanted to call her to sit beside him, but Xue Xiongwei suddenly appeared and took his seat intimately. Zhangwei, why are you? Xue Xiongwei said angrily, Second brother, don't I usually sit next to you? Why can't it work now? Don't tell me you don't want me anymore after you're engaged. Of course not, it's just... Tan Siwei only hesitated for a long time before he was defeated by his cousin's tearful gaze. He could only let her be. There were only 2 chairs left at the square table. Tan Sixian and Ning Shu looked at each other. They were both confused as to why they were sitting together. However, under such circumstances, he had to sit even if he didn't want to. Otherwise, the situation would be even more awkward. Ning Shu had no choice but to force herself to smile at Tan Sixian and exchange pleasantries. Please sit, please sit. Just as Ning Shu was about to sit down, Xiahou Qing, who was next to her, took the wine cup that Ning Shu had just filled. For some reason, his hand slipped and the wine cup spilled down. It happened to spill onto the table in front of Ning Shu. The purplish-red wine dripped down the table and dirted her chair. Xiahou Qing frowned and asked, Juicy, did I accidentally dirty the table and chair over there? Ning Shu didn't understand. She blinked and said, It's no big deal. Just wipe it. Tan Sixian was very quick-witted. He immediately followed up, Your Highness, don't worry. I'll order someone to clean it up. Xiahou Qing raised his hand and said, There's no need to make such a big fuss. It's almost midnight. It's better to have the waiter bring up the supper as soon as possible. As for the dirty table and chair, Xiahou Qing moved to the side. He reached out his white hand and patted the chair next to him. He said to Ning Shu calmly, The seat next to me is empty. Come and sit. Ning Shu was stunned. She lowered her head and smiled slightly. Before Xiao Zhangping could object, she had already sat down. It would be impolite for my daughter to refuse. Chapter 315. When Ning Shu sat down, Xiao Zhangping glared at her angrily. He looked like he wanted to pull her away from Xiao Qing. Fortunately, the waiter served the dishes in time. Other than a few signature dishes, the rest of the dishes were filled with vegetables, dried fruits, and preserved meat. Ning Shu didn't have the appetite to eat meat at this late hour, so she only picked a few side dishes and ate casually. Opposite her, Tan Siwei raised his head and stole a glance at her. He said, "Miss Ning." As soon as he opened his mouth, Tan Sixian laughed and joked, "Brother, you're already engaged to Lady Ning. Don't you think it's a bit strange to call her that?" Tan Siwei's face turned red. He summoned his courage and said, "Shu, Shu," or just those two words made him sweat profusely. His ears were red as he brought the white porcelain cup that the waiter had just brought over to Ning Shu. "I see that you haven't moved your chopsticks much. Are you sick of the fish? Why don't you try this cheese? I specifically asked the boss just now, and the boss said that it's hot and stuffy in summer, and this cheese is the most popular. After it was made, it has been kept in ice, and there's also fresh mint juice in it. It's cold and smooth, and the texture is very good. I think you'll like it." Before the cheese entered her mouth, Ning Shu already felt a chill in her heart. The cold air around the big Buddha next to her was enough to freeze her into a block of ice. Ning Shu quickly braced herself and said, "Haha, there's no need. I'm not hot. I'm not hot. I was born with a cold body, so I'm very cool. Xiaoqing, you can have it yourself." Tan Siwei didn't doubt her and said warmly, "If that's the case, then I'll order someone to prepare a bowl of glutinous rice balls for you. I heard from Auntie that you like it very much. Waiter, please give me a bowl of glutinous rice balls with more preserved fruit. It must be hot." Okay. Before Ning Shu could stop him, the enthusiastic waiter had already rushed to the kitchen. After a while, a steaming hot glutinous rice ball was placed in front of Ning Shu. The corner of her mouth twitched. Under Tan Siwei's eager gaze, she stiffly picked up the spoon and took a bite. Tan Siwei asked, "How does it taste?" On such a hot and humid day, she ran back and forth between the east and west of the city, crawled in and out of the secret passage, and now had to eat scalding tangyuan. Ning Shu smiled happily. "It's not bad." At the side, Xiao Qing's voice was ice cold. He smiled like a cold jade and said, "It's good." And he even put more preserved fruits. Naturally, the taste will be excellent. Since it's not bad, let's eat it all. Ning Shu felt as if there were daggers on her back, as if she had eaten coptis. Looking at the big bowl of hot tangyuan in front of her, she hated that if she had known this would happen, she would have taken the crispy cheese from the beginning. Tan Siwei took it as a compliment and lowered his head shyly. Shui Qiongwei snorted and rolled her eyes. She put the bowl of crispy cheese in front of her and muttered, "Pretentious." Tan Siwei hurriedly apologized on her behalf, and then reprimanded her in a low voice. "Qiongwei, how can you be so rude in front of so many distinguished guests? You're not like this at home. Hurry up and apologize. You only love me at home. Of course, it's different. I'm not going to apologize." Qiongwei. Taking advantage of the quarrel, Ning Shu quickly picked out a dish that suited Xiao Qing's taste. She put some in a small bowl in front of Xiao Qing and said in a low voice, "Your Highness, this dish of seasonal vegetables is more refreshing and palatable. Would you like to try it?" "Not to be outdone," Xiao Zhangping said. "I think this dish is more nourishing. It won't harm the body even if it's used for supper. It's more suitable for Xiao Shitzi. Your Highness, please try it." Two bowls were placed in front of Xiao Qing at the same time. Ning Shu looked at his pale, thin lips expectantly. She saw his thin lips move, and he said to Xiao Zhangping, "Thank you, princess." His voice was like a cool breeze blowing on the morning moon, calm and gentle. Xiao Zhangping's cheeks were flushed, like a peony flower that had worked hard to bloom and was finally appreciated by her sweetheart. Her almond-like eyes were sparkling, and all that could be seen in them was Xiao Qing's figure. One was the favored daughter of the heavens. The other was the shitsi of a Wang Fu that could shake the world. Looking at the pleasing interaction between the two, Ning Shu awkwardly brought back the bowl of unwelcome seasonal vegetables. She chewed 2 mouthfuls tastelessly and suddenly tasted bitterness. She frowned and chewed a few times before finally swallowing it. Chapter 316. It was just a simple supper, but it turned into a mess. Even Tan Sixian, who was good at dealing with people, had a headache. So, he asked casually, "Brother, how is the investigation going? Have you found any clues?" Tan Siwei gave up on lecturing his cousin and replied, "You can say that we found some superficial information. We found a secret passage in Xuanfang Station. Last night, the murderer probably used that secret passage to sneak into Xuanfang Station to commit the crime and then escaped." Tan Sixian was shocked. "There is a secret passage in the Fong platform? We didn't know about it, and the procuress dared to hide it from us. If I had known there was such a big loophole, I would have persuaded the envoy to change the banquet to another place. But now it's too late to say anything. Brother, such a cunning person must be punished after the case is solved." Tan Siwei nodded. "The punishment will be judged according to the law. But she is now writing a list of people who may know about the secret passage under the supervision of the bailiff. I believe it will be out soon." Ning Shu looked at Tan Sixian. "Young master, are you interested in the case?" Tan Sixian sighed. "I have made friends with the envoy. Although we can't do business, I still hope that he won't die without knowing the reason." Ning Shu nodded in understanding. Xue Qiongwei suddenly lowered her head and let out a cold laugh of unknown meaning. But that laugh was very low, and only Ning Shu, who was sitting opposite her, could sense a wisp of illusory intent flashing through her lowered eyes. It was like a stone at the bottom of a pool that looked so clear that one could reach out and touch it, but was actually so far away. Tan Sixian frowned and looked at Xue Qiongwei. In the end, he let her be. There was a sound of knocking on the stairs. Someone hurried upstairs. It was Huiyamo. He was sweating and came in with a stack of paper. "Lady Ning, the procuress has finished writing the list." I was next to her with a knife and stared at her writing. She was scared to death. I threatened her several times that if she dared to miss anyone, I would cut her head off. She cried and swore that she would never lie again. So, the list should be complete, but when Huiyamo was halfway through his sentence, he suddenly stopped as if he was constipated. He looked at one of the people in the room with a conflicted expression. It was as if he had encountered a huge problem. The problem was so big that he couldn't believe it. Seeing this, Ning Shu took the list from Huiyamo and scanned it from top to bottom. Finally, she found the reason why Huiyamo was so shocked at the end of the last page. Because clearly written on it was a name that should never have appeared here, Tan Siwei. When he saw his own name, Tan Siwei was also shocked. What is going on? I don't know. He looked confused and didn't seem to be faking it. Huiyamo and Ning Shu looked at each other and frowned. I asked the procuress. She said that slandering the courtiers is a big crime. She wouldn't dare to write anything even if she had 10 times the courage. So, Tan Sixian's face was as tense as a string. She held Tan Siwei's hand and said, "Siwei, think about it carefully. Don't cause any unnecessary misunderstanding." Tan Siwei also knew the seriousness of the matter. He frowned and thought for a long time. Suddenly, he understood and said, "Ah, I understand." In the afternoon 2 days ago, Lord Feng said that he had something to do at home and left the Yamen an hour early. Later, the Ministry of Justice sent an urgent case to Lord Feng and asked him to send the official seal to the palace. I was planning to go to Feng's mansion, but the runner told me that he saw Lord Feng heading west. It was not the direction to go home. I remembered Lord Feng's little hobby. So, I went to Shi City and was directed to Xuanfang Station. I didn't expect that Madame Feng also heard the news and came here. Recalling the situation at that time, Tan Siwei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "Lord Feng begged me to cover for him, so I had to stay here for a while. But I was standing at the stairs and focused on when Madame Feng would come in and how I should stop her. I didn't pay attention to how the procuress took Lord Feng out of the building. I thought he disguised himself and sneaked out. I didn't expect there to be such a secret passage, but I was on the 3rd floor at that time. I can't deny that. Chapter 317. It could be seen that the procuress was frightened this time. She wrote a very detailed list of confirmed, probable, and even the slightest bit suspicious names. There were 60 to 70 people in total, and Tan Siwei was the weakest suspect among them, so it didn't explain much. However, according to the procedure, Ning Shu still had to ask one more question. May I ask where Xiaoqing was last night? Tan Siwei said. He stayed overnight in the yamen. Because His Majesty's birthday is at the end of the month, and it's his 50th birthday, His Majesty is preparing to give a general amnesty on that day to show his benevolence. He will pardon some of the criminals with lesser crimes and let bygones be bygones. Therefore, the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court have been busy compiling the list of criminals. Because the number is too large, many of my colleagues have been staying overnight in the yamen to work, so as not to delay His Majesty's important matters. I am no exception. Deputy Minister Zhang and Deputy Minister Xie can testify for me. Ning Shu nodded in understanding. If that's the case, Xiaoqing doesn't have the time to commit the crime. Xue Qiongwei laughed mockingly and defended her brother. Nonsense, there's no motive. My second brother is doing well as the Xiaoqing of the Supreme Court. Why would he want to kill that person? Don't make a name for yourself. If you really can't find the culprit, you want to pin it on my second brother. She spoke without thinking and was not polite to Ning Shu. Xiaoqing, who had been silent all this time, frowned slightly. He said coldly, impudent. Tan Siwei knew the severity of the situation. He quickly put on a stern face and reprimanded, Qiongwei, this is the rule of handling cases. Don't mess around. You've been too rude today. Apologize to Lady Ning and the 2 princes. Xue Qiongwei's mouth was like a flying knife. Did I say anything wrong? She's already engaged to you, second brother. Why are you still doing this for? I don't think she's worthy of you. Bella, enough. Tan Sixian grabbed her and interrupted her. Then, he cupped his hands and bowed deeply to Xiaoqing and the others. He said with an apologetic expression, my younger sister was rude and rude. As her elder brother, this Tan has failed in his duty and disturbed eldest Miss Ning and your highness's mood. This Tan is deeply ashamed. This Tan will take her back to the residence and discipline her well. I will definitely come to apologize another day. After saying that, he immediately pulled Xue Qiongwei to the meeting. Xue Qiongwei still didn't realize her mistake. When she got up, she bumped into the table, causing all the dishes on the table to sway. The other dishes were fine, but the bowl of hot glutinous rice balls was placed in front of Ning Shu and was very close to her. When the table shook, the bowl of boiling soup slid off the edge of the table and splashed all over Ning Shu. Ning Shu didn't even have time to react. A hand reached out from the side in time to grab her waist and pull her to the side. The colored glaze lanterns above her head spun like stars. When she felt the strength of that hand and the fragrance of Du Hong wafting over her face, Ning Shu realized that she had bumped into someone's embrace. The owner of the embrace purposely turned around and protected her in his embrace. Not even a drop of soup splashed on her. Her forehead bumped against his chin, and her lips slightly pressed against his collarbone through his clothes. All she could see was his shockingly white neck and bulging Adam's apple. How could this person's Adam's apple be so beautiful? It simply made her want it. The next moment, she regained her senses and hurriedly stood up from his embrace. She asked worriedly, Your Highness, how are you? Did you get splashed? Let me see. Chapter 318. Before Ning Shu could finish her sentence, Xiao Zhangping had already pulled her away from Xiaoqing, yelling, Xiao Shizi, are you scalded? Are you all blind? Bring me a towel and ice water. Xiaoqing took back his hand without a care. He said calmly, Don't worry, princess. It's not a big deal. It's just that my clothes are wet. Please allow me to go back and change. He didn't allow Xiao Zhangping to object, and made the decision for her. Juicy, take some people and escort the princess back to the palace. Yes. Xiahou Qing left first. Xiao Zhangping didn't force him to escort her no matter how indulgent he was. He looked at Xiahou Qing for a long time and said reluctantly, "Then your highness should go back first. If you're scalded, you must tell me. I have the best ointment for burns in the palace." Tan Xixian was ashamed that his cousin was making more and more trouble. He personally sent Xiahou Qing out of the building. Xue Qiongwei also knew that she was in the wrong. She kept her head down and let her brothers scold her. Then, she was taken back to the palace. Tan Siwei's face was full of embarrassment. He said anxiously, "My sister isn't usually like this. I don't know what's wrong with her these days. Also, what she said just now was definitely not what I was thinking. Please don't misunderstand. She's just too spoiled at home and doesn't know her limits. I promise I won't let her offend you again in the future. Your sister is closer to you. It's understandable that she doesn't care about her appearance because she wants to protect you. Don't worry, I won't blame her. As for splashing the soup just now, it was unintentional. After the incident, she was so scared that her face turned pale. Xiaoqing, you should go back and comfort her. I still have something to do, so I'll leave first." Before Tan Siwei could finish, Ning Shu had already hurried downstairs and chased after someone. The scene of Ning Shu being protected in Xiahou Qing's arms surfaced in his mind, as well as her unconcealed worry. Tan Siwei opened his mouth, and a trace of gloominess flashed in his eyes. In the end, he stopped chasing after them. When Ning Shu ran out of Donglai Shun, Xiao Zhangping was still at the door. When he saw her, he immediately reached out to stop her. The unruly princess, who had always been unpredictable, raised her chin and said with her flower-like lips, "Ning Shu, since you are engaged, it doesn't seem appropriate for you to deliberately get close to child Xiahou. Normally, Ning Shu would be thick-skinned and let her taunt her. But today, at this time, Ning Shu did not want to be inferior to her in this matter." She looked sharply at Xiao Zhangping. "The princess is also waiting to be married off. Is the Southern Yan's future crown prince's consort settled?" "You." Xiao Zhangping gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "Don't forget, I have already reached an agreement with child Xiahou. The marriage won't affect me at all. If I, Xiao Zhangping, truly admire someone, I dare to boldly say it out loud and let everyone know. Do you dare? On one hand, you cling to child Xiahou, and on the other hand, you have an engagement with Tan Xiaoqing. Ning Shu, you really make me look down on you." "I dare." Facing her face full of ridicule and disdain, Ning Shu raised her clear eyes and said calmly but firmly, "I dare. Before I turn 17, I won't marry anyone. On the day I turn 17, I will personally tell him that I admire him. Other than him, I won't marry anyone else. Your Highness, farewell." After Ning Shu finished speaking, she did not argue with her and immediately lifted her robe and ran in the direction of Prince Namping's mansion. Fortunately, Xiahou Qing's carriage did not move quickly today. Shi Yan's carriage was so slow that it was almost comparable to the old madam's stroll. He was so resentful that he kept panting. Finally, he heard hurried footsteps behind him. Chapter 319. Ning Shu ran all the way and finally caught up to Xiahou Qing's carriage. Shi Yan made a sound. Before the carriage stopped, Ning Shu had already lifted the curtain and climbed up. Hearing her movements, Xiahou Qing's face was like a lone goose flying over a distant mountain. At first glance, there were no ripples, but his brows slightly moved as he said, "What's the matter?" Ning Shu was slightly panting. She was worried that the carriage was too fast and she couldn't catch up. She didn't expect to be overjoyed. "I'm fine. I just want to see if you're okay." "I already said, I'm fine." She didn't believe it. She clearly saw him deliberately put his hand behind his back. Ning Shu didn't answer. She knelt down beside Xiahou Qing and grabbed his wrist. Xiahou Qing didn't expect her to be so reckless. Before he could take back his hand, she had already pulled up his sleeve, and he saw the obvious red mark on the back of his hand. His hand was slender and white, which made the burn look particularly ghastly. Ning Shu's brows wrinkled. She bit her lip and said, "How is it fine? It's clearly such a big burn." People had 5 senses. If one of them was missing, the other senses would be more sensitive to compensate. For example, people with eyesight often had better hearing than normal people. But he had lost 3 senses. He only had hearing and touch. With the hot soup spilling on his body, the burning pain would be several times higher than normal people. This person was still stubborn. He was willing to die to save face. She quickly took out a piece of ice from the restaurant to cool down his wound. The ice had melted a lot along the way. There was only a small half of it left in the cloth. Fortunately, it could still be used. She wrung out the excess water. She held him with one hand and gently put the ice on the back of his hand with the other hand. After a while, she was afraid that it would be too cold, so she took it away and continued to apply it, concentrating. He couldn't see her expression at this moment, nor could he smell her scent, but with his 2 remaining senses, he could clearly feel that she was intimately leaning against his side with her head slightly lowered. She must have run very quickly just now, so she was still slightly panting. Her warm breath followed the rise and fall of her chest and blew on his arm. His right hand was carefully held in the palm of her soft hand. Her hand was so small that as long as he turned his hand, he would be able to hold her hand firmly in his palm, and then he suddenly felt a strange burning sensation in his chest. Xiahou Qing, who had always been cold and distant, lost his composure. He understood what was going on and immediately withdrew his hand. "That's enough." However, Ning Shu misunderstood. Is it too cold? I'll blow on it for you. Don't move." She pulled his hand back again, lowered her head, and gently blew on the back of his hand half an inch away. They were so close that it seemed like her lips would touch the back of his hand at any moment. The fluctuations that he had been suppressing surged once again. Xiahou Qing reached out to touch her forehead. He almost frowned in irritation. His voice was slightly hoarse as he hesitated to speak. "Do you know that you—" "What?" Xiahou Qing did not say a word. After a while, he took the ice from her hand. He turned his head and said, "It's nothing. I can do it myself. You, go sit over there." Ning Shu looked at him in confusion. She didn't know what kind of problem this arrogant and cold young master suddenly had. She rubbed her forehead that he had touched and obediently sat in the seat across from Xiahou Qing. The carriage was silent for a moment. He and she did not speak. There were only the scattered lights outside the window and the moonlight that intertwined with each other. It was accompanied by the sound of the rolling waves of the Chaobai River that entered the carriage. Under the ambiguous light and shadow, Ning Shu stared unblinkingly at Xiahou Qing across from her. She looked at his face that was even more handsome and fair under the moonlight, and at his lips that were even more clearly sculpted by the moonlight. Her heart was beating wildly, and her mind was completely at ease. She was a 300-year-old soul. She had taken a liking to his 20-year-old beauty. Was this considered an old cow eating young grass? Her eyes moved and inadvertently fell on his throat. Her heart suddenly became restless. She couldn't be blamed. She could only blame this grass for being too delicious. It made people want to. "What do you want to eat?" Hearing Xiahou Qing's puzzled question, Ning Shu finally realized that she had accidentally spoken her thoughts out loud. Fortunately, her voice was soft and he didn't hear it all. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing. "It's nothing. I'm just saying that compared to the restaurants outside, the food in the king's palace is more refreshing and more suitable for this kind of hot weather. I miss it after not eating for a day. Why do I hear the sound of arguing outside? I'll go take a look." Ning Shu stuck her head out the window. She had only wanted to pretend, but she didn't expect that under the hazy moonlight, she would see 2 people arguing 10 zhang away under the dense shade of the trees. Those 2 people were not strangers. They were Tan Sixian and Xue Qiangwei, who had been sitting at the same table. Chapter 320. Because there was a distance between them, the sound of their quarrel could not be heard clearly. Only bits and pieces of words were carried into Ning Shu's ears by the cool night wind. "Qiangwei, Don't come to this place in the future. Also, don't casually look for your second brother. Do you hear me? Why? I'm already of marriageable age. You can't control where I go or who I look for. Furthermore, I don't want to do anything. You were so obvious today. Do you think I didn't see through it? Also, when you asked your second brother out, do you think you hit it perfectly? Xiongwei, your second brother is already engaged and will get married soon. Do you have the heart to destroy his happiness? Have you forgotten how well your second brother treated you since you were young? Mother, although, at least she didn't treat you badly. That's right. Aunt treats me very well. Do you know that she's preparing to betroth me to Count Zhengyong's Zhu family's famous lecherous son? How can that be? When I return home, I'll plead with father and ask him to stop this matter. If you stop this, then there's the next one. There are millions of people in the capital and hundreds of thousands of families. Big brother, do you want to stop them one by one? Big brother, I'm not a child anymore. When I was of marriageable age in spring, you personally inserted the hairpin into my hair. I can tell who really treats me well and who only treats me perfunctorily. I'm not very smart since I was young. I'm not good at studying, and I'm also bad at needlework. My personality is also stubborn, and I'm not liked by anyone. It's as if there's nothing I can do except for my stubbornness. My life is already so messy. The only thing I want to do is to do my best to protect the person I love. Even if he doesn't have me in his heart, I still want to try. Otherwise, I'll regret it when I die. Big brother, don't try to persuade me anymore. Xiongwei, don't go down a dead end. The current situation isn't what you think it is. Those things already have nothing to do with you. Just forget about it. Big brother promises you that no one will be able to. Under the hazy moonlight, Tan Xixian reached out her hand to stroke the top of Xue Qiongwei's head, but Xue Qiongwei dodged her. Enough. Being a cowardly good person may not be a good thing. On the contrary, you may end up with nothing. It's better to be a pure evil person. I can only promise you that unless the situation is absolutely necessary, I don't want to hurt anyone, and I won't. The siblings quarreled for no apparent reason. In the end, Xue Qiongwei lowered her head and grabbed Tan Xixian's sleeve as if she was crying. Separated by some distance, Ning Shu was unable to clearly see Tan Xixian's expression at this moment. However, from the way he gently pulled Xue Qiongwei into his embrace, it was not difficult to guess that his eyes were filled with heartache. After crying, the two of them left the small alley. They should be heading back to the manor. Ning Shu was confused. However, it wasn't appropriate for outsiders to ask about other people's family matters. She just didn't expect Xue Qiongwei to have such deep feelings for Tan Siwei. No wonder she deliberately targeted him at the dinner table. However, after the two of them left, they still didn't hear Ning Shu's voice for a while. Xiahou Qing asked, "What are you thinking about?" Ning Shu came back to her senses and said, "Nothing. I just feel that it's a bit strange. From the dinner table until now, what I've heard from the three Tan siblings seems to be very different from what I've always known. The Prime Minister's wife has always been quite famous in the circle of noblewomen in the capital. Everyone praises her as a virtuous wife who treats her servants with great generosity. However, why does it sound so unreasonable from Xue Qiongwei's mouth? The relationship between the eldest young master and the second young master is quite good. Previously, when Dong Lai Shun raised the suspicion of the second young master, the eldest young master was very anxious. In the conversation just now, he had been siding with the second young master. However, from the eldest young master's tone, why do I feel that he is very unfamiliar with the Prime Minister's wife? Especially when he said the word mother, there was an obvious pause. Afterwards, when he tried to stop the marriage, he directly said that he was pleading with the Prime Minister and not directly admonishing the Prime Minister's wife. They are clearly mother and son. Why is it like this? In response to Ning Shu's question, Xiahou Qing quickly answered, "They are not mother and son, but the eldest son of a concubine and his mother." Ning Shu was shocked. Is that true? How come I don't know about this? Hasn't the Prime Minister's manor always announced to the public that the two young masters are the legitimate children of the Prime Minister's wife? Not only did she not know, there were probably not many people in the capital who knew about this. Xiahou Qing leisurely said, The Prime Minister and the Prime Minister's wife married in the 3rd year and 6th month of Heaven's selection, but in reality, the eldest young master was born in the 4th year and 1st month of Heaven's selection. Even if he was born prematurely, there has never been a case of someone who was born 3 months prematurely and luckily survived. Therefore, there can only be one explanation. The eldest young master was born from the Prime Minister's mistress and was later brought back to the Prime Minister's manor to be raised. Ningxu couldn't help but admire him. This monster with a photographic memory. Was there anything in the capital that he didn't know about? Ah, so that's how it is. Then my previous question can be clearly explained. Similarly, it could also be explained why Tensixian, who looked cultured and refined, knew when to advance and retreat, and was more tactful than Tan Siwei, didn't become an official. Instead, he became a merchant of the lowest class. He was born into the Prime Minister's family, and he was the eldest son. The people below him looked at him as if he were in the clouds, unreachable. Only he himself knew that the steps under his feet were made of mud and not solid. His birth mother was unknown, and he lived with the awkward identity of his legitimate mother. No matter how tolerant and magnanimous his legitimate mother was, in the end, she couldn't compare to her own son. If he wanted to climb up, there was no guarantee that he wouldn't step on the wrong step. If he stood still, it would be easy for him to become a target and be shot through the heart. If this person was mediocre, then it wouldn't be so bad. He would just muddle along for the rest of his life. But if he was a little outstanding, then he would have to spend every day racking his brains and tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Therefore, Tensixian, who was stuck in the cracks of the wall, had to hide his inadequacies even if he was as talented as Li Bai. In comparison, entering the business world was the safest path. His attitude was gentle, and he was thorough in all aspects. It could be imagined how difficult the road he had walked before was. Chapter 321. Ningxu had been released from prison. She didn't need to use the identity of a little guard of Prince Namping's mansion to deceive people. Naturally, she would return to Duke Xing's mansion. Shi Yin stopped the carriage. Before getting off, Xiahou Qing said, "Er's family will be sent to you tomorrow morning." "Well, thank you, Your Highness." Ningxu didn't stand on ceremony with him. She pulled her robe and jumped off the carriage. Xiahou Qing's voice came from behind again. "Wait." Ningxu looked back in confusion. The voice in the carriage stopped. After a while, he said casually, "I didn't touch that bowl of food." Understanding which bowl of food he was referring to, Ningxu's feather-like eyelashes fluttered. She couldn't help but smile in her eyes. She said softly, "I know." Xiahou Qing kept his word. The next morning, Er's family was taken to the Supreme Judiciary. In the center of the court, the mother and daughter hugged each other tightly like two frightened quails. They didn't dare to raise their heads. It seemed that the people standing around them were not officials, but ferocious ghosts. Or maybe there was no difference between the two in their eyes. Er's father was a lame man with a crutch. He looked sloppy. He directly shrank in the corner and didn't dare to move. He only dared to scold his daughter. He was full of words like money-losing goods, shame on the ancestors, unlucky, and so on. Hearing her father's curses, Li Er's face became more bleak. She was like a flower that had been hit by frost. She was almost withered. Her eyes were full of tears, until a yamen runner came to her and took her into a side hall next to the court. There was a person sitting inside. He didn't wear the uniform of an official. Instead, he was like a guard's uniform. He was thin and had a kind face. He was vaguely familiar. As soon as he saw her come in, the person immediately showed a warm smile. He poured a cup of tea for her and told her not to be afraid. "Hello, Miss Er. I didn't ask you to come here today to embarrass you. I just want to ask you something. Do you still remember me?" Li Er hesitated and said, "You are." The man smiled and gave a hint. "May 9th, Chaobai River." Li Er finally remembered. "Are you young Master Ningping?" Ningxu nodded with a smile. "Yes, it's me." Miss Er has a good memory. In such a terrible place, she met a familiar person who had saved her life. Li Yi's heart was full of fear and vigilance. She lowered a lot at once. You're my benefactor. How can I forget you? But why are you looking for me? Specifically for what? It's about a case. I don't know if you've heard about the sudden death of the Southern Yin Kingdom's envoy before dawn yesterday? Hearing the question, Li Yi's body stiffened, and she immediately shook her head and said, No, never. I don't know anything. When ordinary people heard the question, no matter whether they knew the answer or not, they would think for a moment first. She answered so quickly that she blurted it out without thinking. Instead, she revealed an obvious flaw. Ningshu was not in a hurry to expose her, but continued, Well, I heard that Miss Yi often sells flowers there last time, so I want to ask if Miss Yi knows the surrounding situation better. Maybe you can help us find some clues. Li Yi said like a frightened bird, Not often. I usually sell flowers in Shui City. I only go there occasionally, so I don't know. Ningshu stared at her and said slowly, I didn't say where the envoy of the Southern Yin Kingdom died, nor did I say where it was. Why does Miss Yi seem to know it so well? Li Yi's face changed. She pinched her palm hard and didn't dare to look at her eyes. It's me. It's a misunderstanding. Because I often walk in Shui City, and there are many people coming and going in Shui City. It's a place where peddlers like us wander and peddler. The envoy certainly didn't die there. I don't go to other places much, so? She hesitated for a long time, pinched her palm harder, gritted her teeth and said, And I went out of the city with my parents the day before yesterday and went back to my hometown. I don't know what happened after that. If Benefactor has other things to do for me, I will do my best. But I really don't know anything about this matter. Listening to her flawed defense, Ningshu's pupils reflected her trembling, delicate, and helpless figure. It was hard not to have a trace of pity in her heart. She hadn't seen her for a few days, but this young girl who had been torn apart by the wind and rain had lost a lot of weight. Her face was pale without a trace of blood. Just sitting there, her body seemed to be full of sadness. But before the case, all emotions must be put aside. So she had to harden her heart and continued. When was it the day before yesterday? At noon. The uncles and aunts in the square can testify for us. Ningshu shook her head gently. Since you left the city at noon, why did people see you wandering in front of the Fong seeking platform in the evening? Chapter 322. A thin layer of paper could barely hold on in the hurricane, but it still could not escape the fate of being exposed. Hearing Ningshu's words, Li Yi was completely panicked. I don't know what you were talking about. I left the capital at noon the day before yesterday. My parents, yes, and my villagers in my hometown can testify for me. They all saw me go back in the carriage. What Xuanfang station, what murder case, I really don't know. What does the death of the envoy have to do with me, a flower girl? Ningshu glanced at her fingernails that were almost broken, pursed her lips and said, About this, I have investigated. Your villagers did see you and your family go back in the carriage, but your mother said that you were not feeling well and could not meet people, so you did not get out of the carriage to greet your villagers. When you reached the door of the house, you wore a curtain hat and went back to the house directly. So, no one can be sure that the person who went back was you. Your witness can't fool the government. I didn't mean to hurt you. It's just that you have always insisted that you don't know who bullied you. Do you really not know? There are a lot of brothels in Shi City, and many of the girls there suffer from unmentionable diseases such as sexual intercourse. Therefore, many people come to you to buy jade hairpin flowers. I asked Miss Susu, and she immediately said your name, which means you have been to Shi City a lot. Ever since the envoy entered the capital, he would spend 20 days in Shi City every month. Such a high-ranking official, his appearance was different from the people of Great Yu. Many people even went out of their way to take a look at him. If an ordinary person had heard of the envoy's name, and he appeared in Shi City, they would be able to guess that he was the envoy. In addition, the scene of you bumping into the envoy and being entangled by him happened to be seen by Boschan in the nearby brothels. When you ran away, you even scratched him. The envoy was so angry that he chased after you. The scratches on the side of his neck are the evidence. So, don't hide it anymore. You know everything. Took a deep breath and raised her head. Tears streamed down her face. Benefactor, you saved my life before. I'm very grateful to you. You were the one who told me not to die first and to continue living. Maybe I can find some fun in living. I listened to you and didn't continue to commit suicide. I even knelt down and begged my father to bring us back to our hometown. I want to forget everything here. But why did you force me like this? You might as well have let me die from the start. In the face of her pearl-like tears, Ning Shu felt that she was simply a great evil person. She took out a handkerchief from her sleeve and handed it to her, but it was forcefully knocked away by and fell to the ground. Ning Shu paused for a moment and retreated to a place where was not so disgusted. She said softly, I didn't say that you must be the murderer. I just want to know what you did at the Fong platform that day. After crying with all her might, wiped away the tears on her face and said hoarsely, Yes, I know that he was the one who bullied me that night, but I'm just a humble girl. I'm like a tiny ant in the capital. Anyone can step on me. Even if I'm bullied, what can I do? Report it to the officials? He's a foreign envoy. How can I fight against him? Perhaps our family of 3 will die because of this matter. That's why I didn't dare to say anything. Even though I knew everything, I didn't dare to say a single word to anyone because there was no one in this world who could help me. Until I met you. You persuaded me to forget about this matter and move to a new place to live. I also wanted to, but in the dead of night, whenever I thought of that matter and that disgusting face, I couldn't help but want to pounce on him and cut him into 1,000 pieces. I can't sleep night after night. I'm not reconciled to the fact that the person who ran away with his tail between his legs is not that evil beast, but me. So that afternoon, after we drove away from home, I secretly ran to Shi City. I wanted to see what that beast looked like before I left. I wanted to engrave him in my mind. When I die in the future, I will turn into a malicious spirit and take his life. Ning Shu said, So, you just watched from the side and didn't plan to do anything else? Er's eyes looked to the right. I originally wanted to perish together with him, but I didn't expect that he had so many guards around him and there were so many thugs at the Fong platform. It was too difficult for me to sneak in and kill him. Someone else noticed me, so I left after watching for a while. I didn't expect that he was killed at night. When I heard the news, I was very happy. I thought that he must have done too many evil things. God couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to punish him. Chapter 323. Ning Shu looked at her without blinking. Where did you go after that? Stopped sobbing and said, It was a little late at that time. I didn't have time to leave the city, so I stayed in a nearby inn. I left the city and went back to my hometown at dawn. When did you leave the city? A little after 5 o'clock. I can't remember the details. Looking at the girl who was not more complicated than paper, Ning Shu shook her head gently and said, You probably don't know that people are very strange animals. When people are recalling something, their eyes will often look to the left unconsciously. When they lie, their eyes will subconsciously look to the right. You lied just now. You said that you were very happy when you heard the news that the envoy was killed. But you left the city at 5 o'clock. The pimp found the envoy's body a little after 7 o'clock and reported it to the official. How could you know the envoy's death 2 hours in advance and then leave the capital? Er's eyes were in a mess. She said excitedly, I only knew that he was killed later. I left the capital early not to escape, but because I knew that I didn't have the ability to kill him. I gave up. I was afraid that my father and mother would worry about my safety, so I left so early. As for the news that he was killed, I heard it from a passerby on the way. You said that you planned to die together with the envoy. Then, how are you going to kill him? I prepared a dagger. Where is the dagger now? Er's lips trembled. Her tears were like broken glass beads. She was heartbroken. I lost it. That evening, when I realized that I didn't have the ability and courage, I ran to the Chaobai River and cried for a long time. Then, I threw the dagger into the river. I'm so useless. I'm a coward. In the end, I still implicated so many people. My father was right. I should have died earlier. In the side hall, she fell into sad and depressed crying again. Ning Shu glanced at the handkerchief that had been knocked to the ground by her. After thinking for a while, she walked forward and used her clean sleeve to wipe off her tears one by one. I believe that you didn't kill him. However, the death of an envoy is indeed a difficult matter for the imperial court. Therefore, I'll have to trouble you and your family to stay in the capital for the time being. It will be more convenient for us to interrogate you. Is that okay? Cried silently for a long time. She nodded and was brought out of the side hall by the bailiff. After she left, Huiyamo poked his head out from behind the door and wondered, Lady Ning, do you really believe what she said? Ning Shu shook her head gently. I don't believe you. She must be hiding a lot of things from us. But if she doesn't want to talk, we can't force a confession out of her. Huiyamo frowned. I don't think so. After all, she is the first victim. Ning Shu glanced at him and said, Oh, our brother Huema has learned to be gentle with women? Huema blushed. No, don't spout nonsense. I'm just defending the injustice. All right, let's be serious. She left the capital at a sensitive time. Since she dared to come back without telling her parents, there's no way she was afraid that her parents would be worried, so she rushed back. Especially her father. TSK. Ning Shu curled her lips in dissatisfaction. So there are only two explanations for this matter. Either she's the murderer, or she knows who the murderer is, and that person told her in advance to leave the capital to avoid suspicion. However, judging from her character, she can't even hide her fear by telling a lie. How could she set up a perfect set of murder and then escape? Unless her acting skills were so good that they were at the peak of perfection. And did you notice what she said at the end? She said, I'm a coward. In the end, I implicated so many people. If she only referred to her parents, why did she say so many people? Huiyamo suddenly understood. Oh, right. Hey, why didn't I find so many flaws? So, someone must avenge her. This case is definitely not committed by one person. There are at least two people. Last night, I found blood, a piece of cloth scraped by a nail, and a pair of footprints in the secret passage. Judging from the size of the footprints, it was left by a man. The bronze lock can only be opened and locked from the inside. But when I went there yesterday, the lock was still locked. If the murderer did come in and out from the secret passage, it could only be the people on the third floor who conspired with outsiders. Now, more and more people have come to the surface. I'm a little excited just thinking about it. Chapter 324. Huiyamo was confused and asked in confusion, Isn't it just Ear? Who else is suspicious? Ning Shu sat down and poured herself a cup of tea. She drank it leisurely and said, The procuress and Susu are all lying. Don't you notice it? Really? Huiyamo patted his head and tried to think, but he was still confused. Why do I feel that they are crying? Although the procuress was not honest at the beginning, she told me everything later. The list is very detailed. She was crying and writing at the same time. It doesn't seem like she is lying. Lady Ning, don't keep me guessing. Just tell me. Ning Shu raised the corner of her mouth and said, Beg me? Huiyamo didn't even think about it. Please. Ning Shu. This begging came too fast. She didn't feel any sense of accomplishment at all. She should learn from your young master's arrogance. It's more interesting to tease him. She couldn't help but remember that when she was a guard in Lord Pingnan's mansion, she was serving that young master. He was sitting and eating while she was standing. After serving him, it was her turn to eat. He seemed to be doing it deliberately. The more her stomach growled, the slower he ate. She was so bold that she took away the hairpin that he used to tie his hair. Your Highness, do you want this hairpin? Beg me. Then Xiahou Qing coldly twitched the corner of his mouth and said, I will only say it once. Give me the hairpin and comb my hair again. Ningshu was almost crazy after being tortured by him in the past few days. She also became stubborn. What if I don't? Your Highness, I already know that I was wrong about stealing the letter and running away to meet Princess 13 in private. I have also copied the rules as punishment. Your Highness, shouldn't you calm down and stop torturing me? You offended me and threatened me with the hairpin. Is this the result of you admitting that you were wrong? Ningshu curled her lips and said, I was forced to a dead end. Your Highness, please forgive me. That day, he didn't cover his face with that black satin, so his eyebrows and eyes were completely exposed. He was quiet for a while, his thick eyebrows and long eyelashes rippling like the clouds in the distant mountains. After a while, he said, Does taking care of me make you so impatient? Since that's the case, you don't have to come to the unknown hall from tomorrow onwards. Do as you please. After he finished speaking, he stood up. His ink-dyed hair was no longer restrained by the hairpin, and it swayed with his footsteps. Ningshu's heart immediately shrank, and she nervously chased after him. No, it's just the desire for good food. It's human nature. It's really uncomfortable to watch you eat while I wait for you. Don't go. Okay, I'll go over. I'll immediately comb your hair. She was in too much of a hurry and accidentally stepped on her own robe. As she fell forward, she unconsciously reached out to grab his robe. Then, there was a soft sound. Xiahou Qing's robe was pulled askew by her, revealing his snow-white shoulders and a small part of his back. Her eyes immediately widened. Tianwen's head popped out of the window and then immediately retracted. The rest of the guards, including Ju Si, all turned their heads and didn't dare to look at her. This was the first time she saw Xiahou Qing so flustered and exasperated. Then, she stood under the flower corridor with the birds for an entire afternoon and copied the rules of the palace 50 times. Huiyamo suspiciously looked at her face, slowly turning red. He squatted down to look at her. Ningshu quickly recovered. She coughed and put down the teacup. Then, she began to unravel the mystery. From the beginning, the procuress was trying to hide the location of the secret passage. When she was exposed, she confessed. Then, she pulled our attention to the customers who knew about the secret passage. Don't forget, the procuress herself is the biggest suspect. As the boss of Xuanfang Station, no matter where she went or what she did, no one would suspect her. At the same time, the case was now being deliberately linked to Xue Hongyi, who had died more than 20 years ago. Coincidentally, she was an old acquaintance of Xue Hongyi from more than 20 years ago, so she was very clear about the case. Why didn't she say anything when she found the body of the envoy? As for Miss Susu, her lies were even more obvious. She said that she had a hidden disease. On the 7th of May, she couldn't serve the envoy because she was unwell. The envoy returned in disappointment. But on the 12th of May, the envoy asked her to serve him again. After that, he was disappointed again and even slapped her. Think about it. The envoy clearly knew that she had a hidden disease and it was impossible for her to recover in just a few days. Why did he ask her again? Does she really have such great charm that it has to be her? Huiyamo thought carefully and said, Oh my God, yes. Then let's immediately take these two people out and continue to interrogate them. We won't be able to get anything out of them. The procuress will definitely say that too much time has passed. She is old and frightened, so she can't remember at once. Susu will cry and say that she did it to earn money to support her disabled parents. Unless we can find more and more clues, we can't pry open their mouths. However, she was still optimistic. In short, since Heir E is the source of this case, as long as she is still in the capital, we will have a chance to follow the vine to the melon. By the way, I asked Tianwen to investigate her friends or close friends. Do you have any clues? Chapter 325. Huiyamo is an honest child. He says honestly, oh, I've checked it. Li Yi's family has a simple relationship. She has no relatives in the capital. Her father used to be a street gangster. Later, his leg was broken and he became a night fragrant man. Her mother is an ordinary rural woman. She is very honest. She usually does needlework for the neighbors to make a living. Since was 12 years old, her father didn't go out to work. He relied on his daughter to sell flowers to make money. He drank and gambled all day long. He lost as much as earned. When he was drunk, he would scold his wife and daughter. His reputation in the street was very bad. However, was not stained by the mud. She didn't learn from her father's bad habits. Instead, she became graceful and polite. She had a good relationship with the people in the market. When she was selling flowers, if she saw that the business of the stall was not good, she often helped to sell flowers. That's how met her fiancé. The two families were engaged and were going to get married next month. Unexpectedly, something like this happened. I heard from the aunt in the street that when Mr. Zhou heard that she had an accident, he ran to comfort her. Who would have thought that the next morning, he asked the matchmaker to cancel the marriage. Chased him to his house to ask for an explanation. Mr. Zhou didn't see her and drove her away. That's why couldn't think it through and tried to kill herself again. In my opinion, this man is really a two-faced coward. Li's infatuation is in vain. Li is really unlucky. Her father is unreliable, and her fiancé is heartless. Mo is still nagging. Ning Shu is dizzy and asks him to stop. She sips the tea and quietly organizes her thoughts. Suddenly, a feather floats in her mind. She says, "What's the name of Mr. Zhou? Why do you ask about this heartless man?" Mo feels funny. You don't suspect that he will kill people to avenge Li, do you? Just tell me what his name is. Mo turns over the booklet that Tianwen gave him. Let me see. Zhou Xiang. This guy is called Zhou Xiang. Hey, where have I heard this name? Ning Shu's eyes sink. She immediately puts down the cup in her hand, grabs Mo and leaves. Hey, where were they going? My neck is going to break. Being dragged away by the collar, Mo covered his neck and rolled his eyes. Walking quickly to the entrance of the Supreme Court, Ning Shu nimbly mounted her horse and said, "Go to Dong Lai Shun. If I'm not wrong, he's the waiter who delivered the roast mutton the night before yesterday." You're asking Zhou Yang? That brat was fired by me. When the boss of Dong Lai Shun heard that the government was looking for Zhou Xiang, he quickly distanced himself from the matter. He came to work in my shop a month ago. At that time, my shop was doing very well and was in urgent need of manpower, so I asked someone to introduce a reliable worker to me. You also know that it's easy for people to gossip about my shop, but I pay a high salary. Many people want to work for me, but I don't like them. I saw that he was young and strong, and he was good-looking, so I kept him. At first, he worked hard, so I thought he was a good young man. But I didn't expect that he would start to slack off. First, he ignored my words and stayed in a daze all day long. Later, he tried to find a way to escape by urinating or defecating. He only came back after half a day. I paid him a high salary, but he was only hired by me. Who would be willing to do that? Detective, you saw that I scolded him fiercely yesterday, but this kid was too much. I was so busy in the shop that I didn't even have time to rest. He went out to deliver the roast mutton, but he disappeared. I don't know where he went to hide. Now my shop is affected by the murder case, and I can't make ends meet, so I fired him last night. Ning Shu immediately extracted the important information and asked, "The roast mutton you're talking about, is it the day before yesterday when His Highness the 7th Prince wanted to eat roast mutton? So you sent someone to cook it and deliver it to him?" Yes, it's that time. The person I sent wasn't him, but another worker. That worker was walking when he tripped. He was standing by the side empty-handed. I thought that I couldn't let the noble wait for too long, so I sent him. Aren't you suspecting that he's... my dear grandmother, no matter what this kid does, it has nothing to do with me. The boss's fat face turned into a walnut green. Chapter 326. Mo couldn't wait and asked, "When did he come back? Did you notice?" "Let me think about it." "Detective, please wait a moment. Let me think about it carefully." The boss's face was sullen. and he was so worried that tears were about to fall. He only felt that he had 8 lifetimes of bad luck. It seems to be a little more than 1/4 past midnight. When he came back, his face was covered in mud. I asked him what happened, and he said that he fell into a pit. I thought that I didn't have time to let him go back to take a bath and come back to work. It was about time to close, and he looked so disgusting. So I sent him to the kitchen to light the fire. After midnight, the last batch of guests also had supper. So I asked the staff to pack up and leave. When is the closing time? After midnight, it's about the same time every day. Ning Shu said again. So from midnight to midnight, he has been in the kitchen all the time? It should be. I can't guarantee the specifics. You know, as a shopkeeper, I have to serve the guests all the time. I'll call the chef for you. He has been here all the time. Please wait a moment. The boss had a bitter face and hurried to the kitchen to find the chef. Huiyamo stood in the same place and gritted his teeth angrily. I didn't expect Zhou Yang to be so good at hiding. He almost got caught under the light. Let's send people to post notices everywhere to arrest him, especially at the city gate. We must not let him run out of the capital. Ning Shu knew that he was not angry with Zhou Yang, but because she almost missed an important clue because of a little negligence. Ning Shu patted him and said, he can't escape. His blood relatives are still here. Li Yi has returned to the capital now. If he really wants to avenge Li Yi, then he will take the initiative to appear in front of us now. After the chef came, he confirmed that the boss was right. Zhou Yang had been there during that time. After closing, Zhou Yang didn't say where he was going and just ran away. Another worker gave him a clue. When he met Zhou Xiang yesterday morning, he saw that he was in a daze. His face was also very ugly, as if he had just encountered something serious. However, when he was asked, he did not say anything. Before leaving, Ning Shu asked again, do you still remember what color and style of clothes Zhou Yang was wearing that night? After everyone recalled, they said, the style is the short brown that we wear the longest when we work. There's nothing special about it. The color is dark blue, right? It's old clothes. The color of the clothes matched the color of the strip of cloth again. Taking the opportunity from Donglai, Ning Shu and the others continued to rush to Chongwen Lane where Zhou Xiang lived. They almost caught him, but unfortunately, he ran away one step ahead of them. When the news reached Li Yi's ears, she was sitting in front of the dressing table, weaving a rui knot. Her hands were very skillful, and the style she made was much more exquisite than the ones sold on the market. It was in the shape of a flower. After she finished weaving, she tied the rui knot on the sachet she made herself, and it became a very beautiful sachet. After she was done, she stared blankly at the sachet for a long time. Then, she personally tore it apart and made a new one. She repeated this process over and over again, as if she was possessed. Tears fell from her eyes silently. Li Yi murmured, Mother, people can't do anything wrong. Once you do it, you can't wash your hands clean anymore. Li Yi's mother hugged her tightly. Darling, what are you talking about? This matter is over. Didn't you see that the officers have already released us? That beast is already dead. You didn't kill him. Don't think too much, Li Yi. Li Yi's tears continued to fall silently. She closed her eyes and shook her head in despair. I can't get over it. I can't get over it forever. Li Yi's mother's face suddenly changed. Her dry lips trembled and almost cracked. Is it really you? Darling, don't say anything. Do you hear me? Don't say anything. Almost at the same time, the prison of the Supreme Court that held the suspects in the case of the envoy's sudden death creaked open. Several suspects were stuffed inside. Among them, in the cage were Susu, the procuress and the others were locked. A servant girl was pushed in by the officers. The servant girl knelt on the ground and wailed. Susu saw it and couldn't bear to help her up. She comforted her in a low voice and asked her why she was locked up. The servant girl cried and answered, I sell dumplings on the street outside the West Market. The envoy passed by my food stall the day before yesterday evening and ate my dumplings without paying. I argued with him for a while. The officers said that I was also a suspect. Will I be beheaded? I'm so scared. The other girls in the cage felt the same way. They turned their backs and wiped their tears. The procuress looked at her pitiful face and gave her a handkerchief to wipe her face. The servant girl took the handkerchief with gratitude. Not long after, she got along well with these people and sweetly talked to them. This servant girl was none other than Forsythia. Chapter 327. Hearing that Ning Shu had arrived, Tan Siwei immediately went forward and said, Li Yi is here to surrender. She said that she killed them. Ning Shu jumped down from the horse and wiped the sweat off her forehead with her sleeve. She frowned. Did she say why she killed them and how she killed them? Tan Siwei's face was also gloomy. She only said half. She said that the envoy humiliated her, so she wanted to take revenge. However, she refused to say how she killed them. She only said that she wanted us to convict her and cut off her head to report to the emperor. Li Yi's motive was sufficient, but she couldn't say how she killed them. Even if she wanted to use her as a scapegoat, would the emperor be able to accept it? Would the southern Yin be able to accept it? No one was a fool. This girl must have heard about the search for Zhou Yang and came to take the blame. However, if she surrendered now, even if she wasn't guilty, she would be implicated. Ning Shu threw the horsewhip to Huema and thought for a while. Get ready. Zhou Yang will be here soon. Tan Siwei nodded. You must be very hot after running back and forth. Previously, when you were in prison, you said that you liked to drink plum soup to relieve the heat. We have prepared some in the side hall. One is cooled and the other is not. Shu, do you want some? Tan Siwei looked at Huemo and said, Huemo has some too. Huemo said cheerfully, I also have some. I want to drink it. I like plum soup the most. Ning Shu's temple twitched and she immediately glared at him. Huemo quickly shut his mouth and stood behind Ning Shu obediently. Ha, ha, ha. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. As soon as he finished speaking, Xue Qiongwei came out and said unhappily, I brought the plum soup for you to relieve the heat. Why should I give it to them? Seeing that she was still here, Tan Siwei frowned. Qiongwei, didn't I just ask you to go back home? This is an important place in the yamen. Ordinary people shouldn't stay here. Why are you so disobedient? Did you forget what I said to you last night? Am I an ordinary person? I'm your cousin. We grew up together. Xue Qiongwei's eyes were filled with grievances, and a thin layer of tears appeared in her eyes. And if I leave, how would I know that you're going to use the plum soup I gave you from afar to please another woman? You're really infuriating. I won't leave unless you drink all the plum soup. Seeing that the brother and sister are about to quarrel, Ning Shu and Huemo quietly go around them. When they reach Xue Qiongwei, Huemo accidentally touches her with the horsewhip in his hand. Xue Qiongwei dodges like she gets an electric shock and takes 2 steps back. Her face is very ugly. What are you doing? Her reaction was so big that everyone's eyes turned to her. Huemo was confused. He looked at the horsewhip in his hand and quickly apologized. I'm sorry. I didn't pay attention when I was walking and offended you. I'm sorry. Xue Qiongwei paused for a moment and said angrily, I know. You must have done it on purpose. You want to teach me a lesson for Ning Shu. Stay away from me. Tan Siwei hurriedly mediated. Qiongwei, Huemo has already explained. He really didn't do it on purpose. Don't misunderstand. Let me see. Besides, he didn't hurt you. Don't be unreasonable. It's better if Tan Siwei doesn't speak. Xue Qiongwei felt more wronged. Tears fell from her eyes. You're still speaking for them. Second brother, you're not married yet, but you're ganging up to bully me. Stay away from me. All of you stay away from me. After that, Xue Qiongwei covered her face and ran back to the side hall to cry. Tan Siwei had a headache. He had to ask Xue Qiongwei's maid to follow and serve her. He said in distress, I'm really sorry. Huemo, Shu, please don't take it to heart. I don't know what's wrong with this girl. She's become more and more eccentric recently. I can't control her. Huemo was speechless. I just touched her accidentally. You don't have to act like I molested her. There was no Qijuan Yu in the capital, and now there was Xue Qiongwei. There was another fierce general on the list of unruly ladies. Ning Shu said, It's okay. Miss Gu is just a teenager. She's just throwing a tantrum. But when did Xiaoqing say recently? Tan Siwei thought, you're not even 17 years old. You're not much older than her. But he still told the truth. About 5 or 6 days ago, after I went to the Duke's mansion to propose marriage to your parents. Ning Shu smiled and said, maybe it's because she suddenly found out and couldn't accept it for a while. Speaking of which, Miss Biao is really sincere to Xiaoqing. On such a hot day, usually a delicate young lady would hide at home and not go out, but Miss Biao came so far to send Xiaoqing a plum soup to relieve the heat. It was the same last night. It was already late at night, but she still rushed to Xuanfang Terrace to visit. Xiaoqing, sometimes the wind and rain hurt the spring. Why don't you take pity on the person in front of you? Tan Siwei opened his mouth and hurriedly explained, it's not like that. There's nothing between me and Xiongwei. Please don't misunderstand. While Tan Siwei was hurriedly clarifying, an officer from the other side of the carriage ran over and reported, Xiaoqing, Lady Ning, Zhou Yang has appeared. He's standing at the door. Tan Siwei knew what was important in the face of official business. He put aside the small talk for a while and immediately said, bring him in. Chapter 328. In the court of the Dali Temple, the tall and silent young man named Zhou Xiang finally took the initiative to step into the Dali Temple after tricking the officers and searching almost half of the city. As the boss of Dong Laishun said, his appearance was indeed acceptable. His skin was a healthy wheat color, and his shoulders were broad and thick. If he changed into a set of clothes, Yang Chengwei could also do it. Compared with the vicious murderers in the prison of the Ministry of Justice, Zhou Xiang did not look evil. Instead, he showed a simple and honest feeling. However, from the moment he walked into the Dali Temple to the moment he was forced to kneel on the ground by the officers, he kept his head down and did not open his mouth. Looking at the silent young man for a long time, Ning Shu's eyes sank and she slowly opened her mouth. Zhou Xiang, do you know that the officers outside are searching for you? Zhou Xiang finally opened his mouth and his voice was a little hoarse. I know. Ning Shu raised her chin and ordered the officers who were holding him to release him. She sat on the chair and picked up the teacup. Then why did you send yourself to the door after escaping? Zhou Xiang raised his head and his eyes were heavy. Surrender. I killed the envoy. You release Er. This was the first time Ning Shu had seen a murderer who went straight to the point and did not waste any words. She was interested and asked, you said you are the murderer, and also said she killed the person. Both of you insist on your own words, so why should I believe you? Zhou Xiang's expression was very calm. He threw a pair of boots from the bag in his hand. If you don't believe me, you can take this pair of boots and compare it with the half-bloody footprint on the terrace. See if it's mine. After looking for the footprints for a long time, Huiyamo did not expect that he would finally get a clue at this time. He immediately compared the footprints he had made before with the pair of shoes and said in surprise, it's a complete match. It seemed that the murderer was indeed this person. This case was unexpectedly solved so quickly. It was simply overjoyed. However, Ning Shu did not reveal an overly excited expression. She nodded, and a moment of thought flashed past her eyes. After that, she said leisurely, even if you turn yourself in, how can you guarantee that Li Er did not participate and conspire with you? Zhou Xiang's dead face finally showed the expression of a living person, and he was very excited. No one conspired with me. From the beginning to the end, everything was done by me alone. Er is so cowardly, she didn't even dare to tell me who the bastard who humiliated her was. I only found out after listening to Bosch Qian's gossip when I went to Dong Laishun to work. How could she possibly conspire with me? Let her go. If you want to kill someone, kill me. Ning Shu said, don't be agitated. Since you said that you did it alone, then tell us the details of the crime. If you can justify yourself, we will consider whether to accept your testimony and let Li Er go. Zhou Xiang lowered his head and clenched his fists. Then, he took a deep breath and began to narrate. After I found out that the bastard humiliated Er, I have been holding back my anger, the kind of anger that made me want to kill someone. It happened that I was working in Donglai-shun. A few days in advance, I heard that the envoy was going to hold a banquet at the Xuanfang Terrace opposite our restaurant. At the same time, when I was serving a drunken guest, I happened to hear him boasting about the tigress who came to catch him. He escaped from the Xuanfang Terrace through the secret passage, causing the tigress to catch nothing. I learned that there was such a secret passage in the Xuanfang Terrace. It was really a blessing from the heavens. This opportunity was too rare and too perfect. I began to secretly plan how to find an opportunity to kill him without anyone knowing. Our restaurant's roasted mutton is good. Every day, there are guests at the Xuanfang Terrace who order for us to deliver it. It is not difficult to enter the building, but there are people guarding the stairs on the 3rd floor, so it is not easy to go up. The first time I delivered roasted mutton to a guest inside, I noticed that the 7th prince's carriage had just arrived. So I deliberately slowed down by 2 steps and walked behind the 7th prince while holding the roasted mutton high. As expected, the 7th prince turned around to look at me. After the first delivery, I went back to the restaurant to wait. I wanted to see if my little trick would work. I didn't expect it to work. Ningxu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. So Xiao Yunsan's reputation as a glutton was already known? What was this? The indirect cause of the envoy's death was a piece of meat in Xiao Yunsan's mouth? He deserved to be beaten by His Majesty. Chapter 329. Zhou continued. I used a little trick and snatched a second chance to enter the Searchfang station from someone else. It was that time that I saw my enemy up close and overheard that he was going to stay at the Searchfang station tonight. So, I had a plan in mind. After delivering the roast mutton, I took advantage of the fact that the guards were not paying attention and quietly ran into the secret passage to unlock the door. After that, I pretended that nothing had happened and walked out of the Searchfang station, continuing to do my job. It wasn't until after midnight that I quietly came to the entrance of the secret passage in a small boat and went upstairs. Then I committed the murder. Tan Siwei said thoughtfully, "How did you know that the envoy would come out in the middle of the night? If he didn't come out and stayed in Miss Susu's room, what were you going to do? Weren't you afraid that people would notice you and expose you?" Zhou Yang said numbly, "I didn't want to leave anyone alive. I prepared a lot of drugs. When the time came, I would blow them all into the room and then kill them all one by one." Hui Mo, who had been listening carefully, widened his eyes in horror. He felt that this person was crazy. Miss Susu is so innocent. How could you do this? Zhou Yang raised his head and his eyes were bloodshot. If she didn't buy flowers with Ear that day and insist that Ear send the flowers to such a messy place, Ear wouldn't have met that beast and wouldn't have encountered such a thing. People who were blinded by anger would also have extreme thoughts. Ningxu waved her hand and told Huiyamo not to waste time arguing with him. She asked, "What happened after that? Go on." Zhou Yang said mechanically, "I had prepared the drugs and was about to ignite them. I didn't expect that God would help me. He ran out by himself and got drunk on the balcony. I didn't even notice him when I walked over. Oh, you see, even the King of Hell thought that he deserved to die. So he gave me such a good opportunity. How could I miss it? So I did it. I drugged him first, then took out the knife that I had prepared beforehand and stabbed him again and again." Seeing him widen his eyes in horror, but unable to resist, I don't know how happy I felt in my heart. Ningxu frowned slightly. "Why did you choose that kind of modus operandi? The restaurant has a lot of customers coming in and out every day. There are a lot of drunkards and prostitutes. When I was serving them, I would listen to them chatting. Once, I heard them talking about the murder that Xue Hongyi committed more than 20 years ago. When I decided to take revenge, that old case somehow popped into my mind. I thought, if I could push the blame of the murder onto Xue Hongyi's ghost, then wouldn't I be able to escape unscathed? No one would suspect a restaurant waiter like me." Ning Shu's eyes sharpened. "How did you copy the key?" Zhou Yang said with a stiff face, "I used to be an apprentice in a locksmith shop. These locks are a piece of cake for me." Tan Siwei immediately waved his hand and ordered someone to investigate and report back. Not long after, they did indeed find the information, proving that what he said was true. The Minister of Supreme Court, who was listening at the side, immediately said, "Shaoqing, we can now report to His Majesty that the case has been solved." This case was like a sword hanging over their heads. Without finding the murderer, everyone was scared witless and couldn't eat or sleep in peace. Now, Zhou Yang took the initiative to stand up and admit his crime. Moreover, the material evidence was here. The motive and the process of the murder were all explained clearly. If it wasn't him, who else could it be? The heavy burden on their shoulders could finally be put down. However, they heard Ning Shu's clear voice again. "Sir, please wait a moment. There are still a few points of doubt. Please allow me to finish asking." The Minister of Supreme Court showed a look of objection, but Ning Shu didn't have time to care. She pondered for a moment and said from another angle, "You said that you committed the murder alone. You entered and escaped through the secret passage. Then how did you manage to lock the secret passage from the inside? Do you have a doppelganger technique?" Zhou Yang's face showed a brief moment of shock, but he quickly calmed down and flatly denied. "I didn't say that I escaped through the secret passage. It's like this. I was afraid that others would know how I committed the crime, so I locked the secret passage again after I entered. Then, after killing the envoy, I jumped from the balcony into the Chaobai River. This way, no one would know how I got in and out. It's more like a ghost's work." However, that moment of panic didn't escape Ning Shu's eyes. Her gaze became sharper. The balcony was nearly 10 feet above the river. "Aren't you afraid of being hit by the water when you jump from that height?" Zhou Xiang lowered his eyes again and gritted his teeth. "I've been good at swimming since I was a child, so I'm not afraid. Moreover, my fiancé has been humiliated like this, and the neighbors are all talking behind my back. How can I bear it? Now that I have my revenge, even if I jump into the river and die, it's worth it. Let go of Er. This matter has nothing to do with her. I did it all alone." Ning Shu didn't stop at all. She pressed on step by step. "I'll believe that you're good at swimming. However, you seem to have forgotten one thing. In order to enjoy the scenery on both sides of the river, Xuanfang Terrace was built on top of a 7-story high platform. The 7 steps added together are more than 10 feet long. This means that even if you want to jump from the balcony, you won't fall into the water. Instead, you'll fall to your death on the high platform and become a pile of minced meat." Chapter 330. Zhou Yang's face was buried so that no one could see his expression, but his voice was still confused. I used something. Yes, there were a lot of bamboos on the terrace. I used the flexibility of the bamboos to swing. There were also trees. There were a lot of big willows planted on the riverbank. I first jumped on the willows, then jumped into the river. Ning Shu had already seen through him. She slowly shook her head. "Impossible. I checked every single one of those bamboos. I didn't find any traces of the leverage you mentioned. As for the willows you mentioned, tell me which one you jumped from. Jumping from such a high place, there must be traces of broken branches. I will immediately send people to search for it." Being completely forced into a dead end by Ning Shu, Zhou Xiang's mouth opened and closed, as if it was gagged. For a long time, he was unable to speak again, and a fine layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. After a long time, he weakly and vaguely said, "At that time, I was panicking after killing someone, and the sky was completely dark. As for the specifics, I don't remember clearly." Ning Shu stood up and walked in front of him. She looked at him deeply and said, "Is it because you can't remember clearly, or because you can't make up a lie anymore? Zhou Yang, you said that you did this case alone, but you can't hide from this point. Now, there are only 2 possibilities. Either you conspired with others, or the murderer isn't you at all." "It's me. I did it all by myself." Zhou Yang raised his knees excitedly. He wanted to rush to Ning Shu, but the runner next to him immediately pressed him down. This seemingly simple and honest young man was like a crazy wild bull. His eyes were red as he shouted, Aren't you in a hurry to solve the case? Aren't you looking for the murderer? It's me. Don't implicate others. Ning Shu saw pity in him. She said, I'll ask you one last question. Do you hate the envoy so much that you pierced 9 holes in his body? Yes, I hate him. I want to cut him into pieces. Ning Shu had already understood what was going on. She sighed softly. You're wrong. There weren't 9 holes in his body. There were 8. Are you going to say that you were too emotional to remember? You spent so much effort to kill the person you hated the most in your life. You must have remembered every stab you made on him. How could you be wrong? In addition, you said that you drugged him and stabbed him with a knife that you had prepared beforehand. However, you neglected one point from the beginning to the end. The real cause of death of the envoy was not a knife wound. Zhou Yang, stop lying. You didn't kill them. You turned yourself in just to take the blame for Yi. However, not only will you not be able to save her, you will also be implicated. The deputy couldn't take it anymore and immediately retorted, how could he not be the killer? Then what's with this pair of shoes? Chapter 331. Except for Tan Siwei, everyone in the Dali Temple agreed with Li Yi and Zhou Yang's conjecture of conspiring to kill. Even Minister Feng Zheng, after hearing that there was evidence and that the culprit had confessed, couldn't wait to go to the palace to report the good news to the emperor. Ning Shu argued strongly, but it was difficult for her to resist the war of words of so many people. She knew that this case was like a sword on a beam and a rope around the neck. Everyone related to it couldn't wait to get rid of it. Especially now that someone had taken the initiative to confess, it was simply a great thing that couldn't be asked for. However, this little Ning Shu actually bragged about the so-called truth and axiom. She simply overestimated herself. A deputy minister sneered at Ning Shu and said, Eldest Miss Ning, this official knows that you want to learn from your master and become a female Zhuge goddess. You want to make a name for yourself. You want to shake the 9 regions. But don't forget, you are first and foremost a citizen of the Great Yu State. This case is extraordinary. 5 days will pass in a flash. Do you want to ruin the fate of the entire Great Yu Empire for your own reputation? Or do you want to see with your own eyes the scene of the common people dying tragically under the swords of the Southern Yin Empire, the scene of millions of corpses? Ning Shu straightened her back. Her eyes were as clear as water. She fearlessly welcomed the questioning from all directions. Darren thinks too highly of my daughter. Isn't my daughter's reputation already bad in the 9 regions? Why do I need to make a name for myself? If I really want an undeserved reputation like Darren said, I dare to ask Buddha to immediately strike me with 5 thunders. However, Darren, there are so many flaws in Zhou Yang's testimony. Anyone with ears can distinguish it. Just based on that pair of shoes, it can only prove that he was at the scene of the crime. How can it prove that he participated in the crime? And Li Yi can't even say the process of the crime. Just based on our subjective assumptions, isn't it shirking responsibility and fabricating an unjust case? Do you dare to raise your head and look at the 4 words justice written by Emperor Gaozu on the screen wall of the Dali Temple? The deputy minister's face was red with anger. He stretched out his hand and angrily said, A hen takes charge of the morning. With a witch like you here, my Great Yu is doomed. Huiyamo stepped in front of Ning Shu and said sarcastically, Because of you old fogies and hypocrites, Great Yu is going to perish. On one side was his peer, and on the other side was his sweetheart. Tan Siwei stood in the middle and was in a dilemma. He tried to ease the tension many times, but it was useless. Amidst the noisy debate, Feng Zheng, who had always pretended to be deaf and mute, half opened his eyes and slowly said, Justice and justice are the principles of the world. We dare not worship them and worship them as if they are gods. It's just that this old man is old. So today, I'll take advantage of my seniority and ask Lady Ning, which is more, 2 or 1 million. Ning Shu had a vague feeling that he wanted to say something, but she had to answer, 1 million. Feng Zheng continued, Then 2 lives and 1,000,000 lives. Which is more? Which is less? Ning Shu silently clenched her fist. Under the sky, above the earth, millions of people in the world only have 1 life each. Ning Shu thinks that 2 people and 1,000,000 people should not be compared, and should not be compared, because no one has the right to take away another's life without any reason, and even more unable to decide the life and death of another. Feng Zheng's presbyopic eyes finally opened completely. There was some appreciation in his eyes, and then he continued to ask, "Then I'll let you make your own decision now. If there was a choice in front of you, to sacrifice yourself and save the country, including all your family in this country, what would you choose?" Her palm clenched even tighter, and there was a painful taste. Ning Shu's eyelashes trembled violently. Her voice was incomparably hoarse, but in the end, she could not help but follow her heart. Country. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.